from the Cannabis Control Commission, and Boston's first Michelin star. It's our local news roundtable. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, tonight at 9 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head of the 11 o'clock hour BPR live from the Boston Public Library. It's our final show before Thanksgiving, and we're opening with a question for you. Is the relative peace and warmth of the holiday season, starting tomorrow, something you're holding on to, particularly in times when the world around us is such a mess? Or are you dreading what's ahead as you prepare to wage war with your least favorite uncle over the White House ballroom?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then it's Andrea Cabral, former Secretary of Public Safety, on some more immigration horror stories, plus a judge who presides with a Elvis wig on his head. All that ahead on BPR, GBH, and NAPM.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. AAA expects the number of Americans traveling for Thanksgiving will set a new record this year, with most of them, 73 million, traveling by car. The Federal Aviation Administration says this could be the busiest Thanksgiving for air travel in 15 years, now that the government shutdown is over and air traffic controllers have returned to work. But the shutdown may have some lingering effects. NPR's Joel Rose reports.
There are indications that advanced bookings this year are down a bit compared to last year, off by about 4%, according to data from the aviation analytics company Cirium, which suggests that maybe demand is not quite where the airlines expected it would be coming out of the shutdown. But, in any case, you should expect the airports to be very busy.
NPR's Joel Rose. President Trump says his envoy Steve Witkoff will soon head to Moscow for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The planned meeting comes as President Trump says he's closing in on a negotiated deal to end the war in Ukraine. From Moscow, NPR's Charles Maines reports.
A senior Kremlin aide confirmed Witkoff would meet with Putin next week to discuss the latest U.S. efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Witkoff seeks approval for a draft peace plan that initially offered terms favorable to Moscow, but has since been fine-tuned with input from Europe and Ukraine. Senior Russian officials have warned those amendments could make the plan a non-starter. Witkoff's trip also comes in the wake of a leaked transcript from a phone call with a senior Putin aide that appears to show Witkoff providing counsel on handling Trump. While the transcript has not been independently verified by NPR, Trump is already downplaying its contents, telling reporters Witkoff was engaged in a standard form of negotiation. Charles Maines, NPR News, Moscow.
At least 13 people died when a fire swept through an apartment complex in Hong Kong today. 15 others were injured. More people are thought to be trapped inside in one of the deadliest fires in Hong Kong in the last 30 years. NPR's Emily Fang has more.
The fire spread from one high-rise building to at least 4 others. One of the dead is a firefighter who was combating the blaze. The cluster of buildings on fire is part of a public housing complex with 8 buildings, housing about 4,600 people in total. And firefighters were working to stop the flames from engulfing the entire complex. Residents are being housed in community shelters now. And there is already suspicion that the bamboo scaffolding encasing the buildings that caught fire played a part in the blaze. Last year, Hong Kong's government began planning to replace all bamboo scaffolding with steel, arguing metal poses less of a fire hazard. Emily Fang, NPR News.
In Bangladesh, thousands of people are homeless after a fire swept through a crowded slum in the capital, Dhaka. No deaths were reported. This is NPR News in Washington.
Good morning with the latest. Santoro. You don't need me to tell you that we've been getting pummeled with ads for Black Friday shopping, so much so that many retail outlets have been pushing Black Friday deals for what seems like months. Let's not forget about Small Business Saturday, which falls on November 29 this year. Not that we need an opportunity to support small businesses in our area, but according to the Small Business Association of America, now more than ever, small businesses need our support. Small Business Saturday was founded by American Express in 2010, and according to their estimates, there are more than 36 million independent businesses nationwide to choose from this holiday season. And Republican gubernatorial candidate Mike Keneally has pledged to release all documents and information related to Lamar Cook, the former aide to Governor Maura Healey, charged with drug trafficking and weapons violations. The Herald reports Keneally says if he's elected governor, he will release all emails, text messages, personal files, and internal communications that are related to Cook, who was the Healey administration's Western Mass deputy director when he was arrested last month in a major drug trafficking bust in Springfield. In sports, the Celtics host the Pistons at the Garden today. That is a 5 p.m. start. The Bruins are in New York for a game against the Islanders. And in the forecast, cloudy near 60 degrees today. Clearing sky overnight, low 39. Mostly sunny, mid-40s for Turkey Day. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, good day to take in a high school football game. Sunny, low 40s on Friday. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Bayer. Bayer is dedicated to delivering breakthroughs that save lives and feed the world using the scientific process. Learn more at sciencedelivers.com. This is NPR.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, live at the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We are off for the rest of the week. Happy about that. We have tomorrow off, and the next day off. But we will be back with Tony Casey, Corby Cummer, Michael Curry, and Dr. Catherine Gergen-Barnett on Monday. Hey, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
So with 1 day left until Thanksgiving, you'd better be preparing not just the meal, but your aura. What type of energy are you bringing to the Thanksgiving table? Are you taking this time to reflect on the importance of the non-political, non-painful things in our lives, a good hearty meal with family and with friends, or are you chomping at the bit to get into a heated discussion with your least favorite aunt or uncle? There's a new Emerson poll that shows that 33% of the population is looking forward to discussing politics with their friends and family tomorrow. On the opposite end of the spectrum, 16%, 1 out of 6 people say they're not going to spend the day with family at all. Our number is 877-301-8970 to text or to call. How are you planning on heading into tomorrow? As a respite from the mess that is all around us, or just another day in the never-ending battle of life? 877-301-8970. YouTube.
We've let our listeners down, Jim.
Yeah, well, why don't you read it since they don't know what we're talking about?
YouTube chat is eager to know if we're doing Am I the A-hole today, which is clearly the favorite segment of the week. I'm lobbying to do it every day. I think we have enough to do it every day. We should be doing it today because we're not doing it tomorrow, but Jim insisted we couldn't do it today.
Actually, that's not true. Maybe we will, but maybe we won't. 877-301-8970. I am not exactly a nostalgic kind of person. I'm not a soft kind of person.
Really? You're kidding. I would never have guessed.
But I actually say I am more, I can answer my own question. I am more looking forward to tomorrow because I do see it as a break from the endless craziness in every single part of our lives. I'm usually up for a good fight. I'm not up for a good fight. No, I mean, I'm not up for a good fight.
But I think
tomorrow.
You have like-minded people in your family, do you not?
Yeah.
And I think that really makes a difference.
True. That actually is true.
If you don't have, the MAGA hats at the dinner table, that if you are not on that end of the spectrum, makes it a lot easier. Yeah. We have to, people want you to take COVID tests before Thanksgiving. We have to take a political test, and you're only allowed in if you have a certain perspective. Otherwise, you can't come.
People want you to take COVID tests
before
Thanksgiving?
Well, we're getting into the holiday season, but I said instead of the COVID test, we're doing the political tests where you on the RFK salacious poems that he sent to his his girlfriend.
Well, he says it's not his girlfriend, by the way. You should read it. It's a really interesting story, which we're not going to do here. I mean, how are you approaching the holiday? I am like a different person for a day, for one day.
Well, it's
and
not
you're
Christmas.
right. Obviously, it's a different environment. But I don't like holidays as much as you do.
Yeah.
But this one, it's sort of like there will be 24 hours of peace from all the crap that all of us have to deal with in every facet of our life all the time. I think that's a really healthy and exciting kind of prospect.
Here's some of the great things about Thanksgiving. You're not hysterical about pressure for Christmas presents, that you think you got the wrong thing, you didn't get the right thing, you spent too much money on Christmas. That's gone. I guess Thanksgiving costs more this year, but except for that, you're not going to go broke, generally speaking, on Thanksgiving. Most people have Thanksgiving off, and they have the next day off in a lot of places. You have 2 days off. So
but that was always true. That's much too mundane.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's fine, but that's not, I'm almost like on a spiritual level. As the least spiritual person I know, that would be me.
What has brought this on, Jim?
Everything is a disaster. I mean, everywhere you look, there is pain, there is controversy, there is endless fighting. I mean, and I am going to try, by the way, I didn't say this, I am going to make a real effort not to look at my phone for 4 or 5 hours. You know, they're talking about not doing your phone for a month. I mean, really? But I'm going to try to do it. By the way, John in Beverly says, I'll make an executive decision. Jim is the a-hole. So we don't even have to do the segment at the end of the day, which we're not doing.
Here's an upbeat text. 100% not discussing anything negative with the 10 folks that we're hosting for the holidays. It's time to be grateful and have fun and enjoy each other.
Well, ordinarily,
so there you go.
Well, that person is where I am. However, ordinarily my attitude is that's phony. In normal life, it is phony to avoid what is on the front of everybody's mind. But I think we all owe it to each other to have a peaceful, non-horrible kind of day of thing.
This may be my 88-year-old father-in-law's last Thanksgiving, so I'm looking forward to berating him about voting for Donald Trump tomorrow over the pumpkin pie.
877-301-8970. What are you laughing about? Another one?
I just argued with my adult daughter. I despise my brother-in-law, my husband's mother, and aunt. And they scrutinize my and my daughter's weight. I wish it were Saturday.
Well, that's a different approach. No, you're right. Obviously, I'm going into a sort of a much more like-thinking kind of setting.
Here's another one from Sam from Redhaven.
Go right ahead. Sure.
Jim, I've listened to you for years. Trust me, you are a different person 365 days each year.
Well, that's interesting. Thank you, Sam. It's happy Thanksgiving to you, too. 877-301-8970. So our question, how are you approaching tomorrow? Is it just another Thanksgiving, just another day in the endless sort of wars that we're all involved in our lives? Is Trump going to infect the festivities in your life? Or are you seeing this as a respite from all the crap that surrounds all of us?
Now, I think we should start with a little sound here, because Saturday Night Live did a great thing about people having bad discussions at the holiday dinner table over Thanksgiving. What they did was every time the bad discussion started, some little kid who's about 11 gets up and plays some Adele music. But this is a clip that shows you the kind of, nasty political stuff that can go back and forth. This is not the first one, the second one, Bad Thanks. Here it is.
Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. I am so thankful to have you all here today.
I am thankful that I only burned the turkey a little bit. I'm sorry, gang.
I am thankful that our governor is not going to let those refugees in here. Oh, my God.
Exactly. 877-301-8970 is the number. Let's take some calls.
Mary in Winchester, thank you for calling.
Hi, Mary. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you.
You too.
I love you guys both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a preview of what's going to happen tomorrow. I retired last year. We always do a big thing with the work people the day before Thanksgiving. I went in this morning, and the woman that replaced me started talking about how dead people can vote, and she was sporting a T-shirt. The Indian image has been removed, so we are no longer the Sachems, but she still had on a big old Sachems T-shirt, and I bit my tongue so badly that there will be no chewing for me tomorrow. I'll be drinking straight gravy. because my son's in-laws that I'll have to spend the day with will be wearing MAGA hats, and I'm not looking forward to it. But
Mary,
I cut my time out today, so I won't be able to respond to them tomorrow.
Mary, you are fabulous. That's me 364 days a year, but I'm trying not to do that thing tomorrow. That was great, Mary. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Okay, our crack staff is remarking that you claim to be Captain Zen.
For one day.
But fortunately, our crack staff has obtained special leaked audio of the discourse at last year's Browdy Thanksgiving.
Yeah. It's actually not true. It's not true. I am not my usual self. Generally on Thanksgiving, I'm going to be even less my usual self tomorrow because I need a break too. I mean, I don't even know this. Is there conflict at your Thanksgiving thing? You're going to a much bigger thing than I am.
Yeah, I think everybody.
Is it mostly like-minded souls?
Everybody there's on the same political page.
Well, that's pretty important.
So yeah, it would be
Can I ask
fine.
you, I assume this is there's an obvious answer to this.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to Trump won, were there ever discussions about? I mean, you might have hated your pervert old uncle who, should be in jail rather than at the dinner.
We have one who just texted about that.
What's that?
I can't wait to sit across from my uncle who condones pedophilia and thinks that the niece across from him doesn't deserve bodily autonomy.
But that was an issue. I mean, I'm not. Obviously, it's a huge. Those are the only kinds of issues.
Yeah, the creepy uncle.
Prior to Trump.
Yeah.
But we never worried about talking about politics, right?
I don't think other presidents lived in your head like this guy does. You can't. He's like a 3-lane highway right down the middle of your brain.
Woody, the UPS driver,
says, "I am bringing my dog, so I'll have at least someone there that I like." Happy Thanksgiving, J and M.
I can't. Have you ever been to a Thanksgiving or a major holiday meal where you couldn't stand 2/3 of the people? I haven't. I don't think.
No, our problems were usually the creepy uncle kind of.
Did you have a creepy uncle?
Oh, absolutely.
You did? No, wait. You had a creepy uncle?
Well, you go right down the list. It was creepy uncle, a creepy other relative, brother-in-law. There are a lot of creeps out there, Jim. You have to be watching.
Really?
You have to be vigilant every second.
Is that really true? How'd you get through all that?
Haven't you heard like 1 in 4 women of America have been groped at some
I
time
didn't know
in their
you
life?
had uncles or whatevers who were doing that.
Well, I didn't say they were my uncles.
Whose uncles were they?
I'm not going to get into this, Jim.
Okay, let's go to Deb.
Deb in Lexington.
Hi, Deb. Welcome. Nice to talk to you.
Hello. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wanted to make 2 comments.
Please.
The first is that what we try to do is declare a politics-free zone for our celebration. Beautiful. And for the most part, people observe that. And if someone doesn't, we really try to redirect the conversation to other things. And if it seems too sugary, and I will admit that I am a person who works in the faith community, I will say that I believe truly that the most important thing that we can do this year and mostly any year is to think about ways in which we can be kind to one another.
God.
Because it is so lacking in everything that we're seeing, and it really does begin and end with us as individuals. So I would encourage all of us to hold on to the idea of kindness and see if there are ways that we can live that, at least for Thanksgiving.
You were a good one.
That is lovely.
Deb, that was actually pretty great. That was really great. Deb, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the call.
On to not kindness. This is Josh from Cranston. I can happily say everyone around the table tomorrow absolutely despises Donald Trump. So even if he comes up, which he will, it will be enjoyable because we'll all be trashing him.
So if you're in a like-minded group and I'm in a like-minded group tomorrow, I still don't want to talk about him.
You know why? You know why you don't want to?
So enraging.
Well, that's not why. That's not why. Because we have to talk about it every single solitary day. Yeah. I want a break. When people start talking to me about politics, I always say, I want a day off.
That's what I do for a living. Give me a break.
Yeah,
I
do because it's like too much. At least I do. I need a respite. 877-301-8970 is the number. We're talking about Thanksgiving. How do you want to avoid the political stuff? Do you want to just not talk about politics?
No, that's like a non-negative. You're not being positive like you usually
are.
How about be positive like me? Do you see tomorrow as a
How do you feel about binge drinking on Thanksgiving? You know, the whole big article about we know now that drinking is bad for you, but some people think, well, every once in a while, if you can kind of go off the deep end. Should you drink more than one cocktail tomorrow?
It's actually dangerous. Did you read the story?
It is dangerous.
We were not doing this till the end of the show, but why not?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought we were supposed to. Is that the end of the show topic?
Well, I mean, it really doesn't fit our theme, but it really doesn't matter because you have no interest in our theme. So talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'm trying to bring a different spirit to our show for one segment a year, which is totally antithetical to how I live. And I'm looking forward to it. And you have no interest in it. None.
Oh, someone is asking if I'm bringing my favorite roasted carrots tomorrow.
Are you?
I am not, actually. I'm bringing liquor.
You can say, you can tell. We love these guys.
These guys, they've been on our show several
Willis
times.
Brothers.
The Willis Brothers, Bully Boy. They make this liquor. And they make this...
they make this liquor.
Well, they make these concoctions. They put them all together. They have ready-made old fashions and ready-made Negronis. And they're really,
and they gave you a bottle of the Negronis.
They gave me a bottle, but I'm going to Blanchard's Liquors after the show in Harvard Street in Alston, to buy some more bottles of Negroni because we're going to have a big crowd, and in case people want to have the Negronis. They're very, very good. Usually those mixed drinks together, they're not good.
No.
There's not enough booze in them.
That's a very good point.
But you had the old-fashioned ones.
Oh, it's fabulous,
Fabulous.
Actually.
I've had the Negronis, so I may get several of those for my contribution.
That's really
Plus
interesting.
my cucumber sandwiches.
You know, people... What?
Cucumber sandwiches.
No.
I'm going to make cucumber sandwiches. Yes,
you didn't tell me that. I asked you what you were bringing. You just said you didn't say that.
Well, I've been dragooned last minute to bring an hors d'oeuvre. I'm going to bring my cucumber sandwiches.
Can I tell you
I've
something?
been making those since I was about 10 years old.
Because I'm trying to get in a decent mood for tomorrow for one day. Nobody wants to eat a cucumber sandwich.
Yes, they do.
Nobody.
Yes, they do.
Nobody wants a cucumber sandwich. Nobody.
Yeah, you make them on little crustless
I know what you do.
squares. I'm going to go to the Japanese bakery, the Japanese milk bread.
That's greatest white bread there.
Cut off the crust. You have a little. You could do it with cream cheese and dill. Or you could do it with butter. You could do it with mayonnaise, which is the kind of Irish way that we always did it. Yeah. Little cucumber, little chives or parsley on top. It's delicious. Why do you say you would eat it?
Bet. How many people come to this thing?
27.
Here's my prediction for this. I don't want to get out of the positive spirit I have. 27. Make 27 little cucumber sandwiches. I would suggest you'll go home with 27 of them.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's, you have to have a variety, and you don't want any more cheese and crackers, and this is not a cheese and crackers.
Yeah, you know what variety is? Pigs in blankets and meatballs. That is a variety, not a whatever.
Okay.
Diane in Nashua.
Hi,
Hey, Diane. How are you? What's your approach?
Hi. My approach is that we won't talk about politics because my husband and I argue about it pretty much every other day of the year.
That's incredible to me.
Yeah, you need a break.
So, yes, exactly.
Hey, Diane, this is not our topic. How do you get through the average day when the person you live with, assuming you live with your husband, the person you live with, how do you do this every day?
Well, I bite my lip a lot. And I raise my voice when I can't bite my lip.
Wow. Is that hard?
It's very hard. And he got reelected this year. I said to myself, is my marriage going to survive this?
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Yeah, it's going to survive it. He's just a blip on the screen. It's going to survive. 38 years.
Oh, I thought you meant your husband was a blip on the screen. You mean Trump.
Oh, God, no. The orange man's a blip on the screen. Okay.
Hey, Diane, thanks. Good luck. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Here's anonymous. I am a bus driver for the tea.
Yep.
I'll be working tomorrow. The best way to avoid family drama on the holidays is to be working. Very happy to be driving the public around and getting holiday pay instead of listening to my family fight. Well, that's an honest
My daughter is a phlebotomist for the Red Cross and working Thanksgiving. Yes, they are accepting blood donations on all holidays.
Oh, that's good.
When they say the gratification is instant, they mean it. Bring the family less likely to fight in public. A lot of people talk about they have been groped by uncles on the holidays.
On the holidays?
Yep. My uncle used to grope my butt in front of my aunt. I'm a guy. This is from Seth in Rhode Island. There you go.
I'm really glad you read that, by the way. They're really...
Not talking about this.
Well, we are apparently talking about that, according to Marjorie here. Rick in Watertown, we're asking people how they're approaching Thanksgiving. What kind of spirit, what are they looking forward to or not? Hi, Rick.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie. Thanks for having me on.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, so I was scrolling social media today, and I bumped into an interesting post from the Wall Street Journal that highlighted the cousin walk, which has become a tradition at Thanksgiving dinners or pre-Thanksgiving dinners.
What's that?
Yeah, the cousin walk is when a group of people assemble in the cold fall air and take a stroll to go wherever and maybe light up or have a infused beverage or a quick toke before the big celebration.
I love it.
To take the edge off, and everybody comes back with the munchies.
That's great. Are you doing that, I assume, Rick?
Oh, my goodness. I'm a OG of that activity.
That's
Rick,
a good one.
thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Give you
Enjoy
an
it.
appetite. You do. I mean, I'm sure there'll be people that are imbibing in other things besides liquor tomorrow.
By the way, that is not a horrible. I mean, I know this is obvious. I haven't thought about it to Rick. One of the ways to sort of soften the edge that's going to exist at a lot of these meals is to not irresponsibly and don't drive. Is to do some
couple of edibles?
No, or liquor if that's your thing, whatever it is, kind of thing.
Well,
By the way, anonymous texter, I am totally with this person. Cucumber sandwiches are what General Grant fed his troops. It is true, they are from a different era, Marjorie.
Well, listen to this. This is Annie and Gardner. I vote for Marjorie's cucumber sandwiches. I have them for lunch nearly every day. Pro tip, I'm English, so I add a few sliced almonds for both the crunch and protein. Thanks for being awesome.
Can I tell you something?
Very much, Annie.
I would try a cucumber sandwich if it had thinly sliced almonds on it. That is an excellent addition.
You know why I make them? Because I've made them so many times. I'm not insecure about them. If you've been making them like your whole life, you know
Who
how
would
to
be
do
insecure about making a cucumber sandwich? You
Me.
slice the cucumber, you take the crust off the white bread, and you smear mayonnaise on the bread.
Well,
what else
you don't
is there?
necessarily smear mayonnaise. Some people make them with butter.
No, you make them
Some
with
people
mayonnaise.
make them with, I have made them with mayonnaise.
Of course.
Some people make them with cream cheese,
Oh.
with dill
cream
or
cheese.
chives.
I've had them with cream cheese.
Yeah, which do you prefer, the cream cheese
That's
or
the kind of question I'm not prepared to answer right now, Marjorie. Really not.
Okay.
Drew in Rhode Island.
That's right. It's my new signature dish. It's my signature hors d'oeuvre.
What's your
Drew.
what's your thing there, Drew? Hi.
Hey, Jim and Marjorie. Cucumber sandwiches with butter?
That's Marjorie.
The pats of butter are going to be thick. That's going to be the pats of butter are thicker than the cucumbers. How can you do that?
Well, you have to. It has to be warm butter, Drew. So it's not. It's going to spreadable butter.
I say cucumber sandwiches are great if they're with something like smoked salmon.
Yeah.
And cut into quarters, like little finger sandwiches.
Exactly. That's what you want.
That's what
you
it
cut
is,
them into
yeah.
or triangles, really. I think that's the best way to go, little triangles.
Oh, that's creative.
Yes.
What do you think about the triangle cut? Wait, no, Drew. What do you think about the triangle cut?
Go ahead.
No, what do you think about the triangle cut as opposed to the square cut?
I like the triangle cut because it feels better. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's just you can you down it in just 2 bites. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, totally. I know what you mean. You wanted to talk about politics. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've learned this the hard way years
Please.
ago before the pandemic when my parents were still well and we'd have lots of people over. And my wife and I had just met. I mean, she wasn't my wife then, but I unfortunately killed the buzz because I took the bait when my conservative uncle from Virginia comes over and he made some comment about Trump or something, and instead of just ignoring it, I used the excuse, well, I wasn't the one to bring it up. And all my family said, yeah, but you didn't read the room and you took the bait. So best policy is either, number one, don't take the bait like I did. Or number two, just keep it. Don't be the first person to bring it up.
Was that guy a groper as well?
No, it wasn't talking about groping. Drew, thank you for the
Somebody's
call.
got to watch out. The MAGA guys are gropers too. You never know.
Oh, you're going to get a lot of texts on that
Okay,
one.
we're talking about politics during the holidays. You're gearing up to really lay it into your MAGA family members, or excited at the prospect of pretending you all agree. More of your calls after this break. 877-301-8970. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NAPM at youtube.com/GBH News.
From a European conflict zone,
Driving north from Kyiv, the signs of war start to be more visible.
to hard times in Southeast Asia,
I meet a man who has been waiting in line for diesel for 6 days.
to the astonishing beauty of remote places.
My welcome to the waters off of East Greenland has come from 2 whales.
Let us take you there. Listen to the world.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. And the Boston Early Music Festival, presenting its annual chamber opera series featuring the Italian Baroque tragicomedy Stelidara's Revenge. Thanksgiving weekend, November 29th and 30th in Boston. BEMF.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Day before Thanksgiving, we're asking how you're approaching it. As a potential war zone in your family or friends, or is it what I'm trying to do at least, seeing as a respite from the daily combat that is all around us? Our number is 877-301-8970. Emily from Ipswich says, my daughter married a gentleman from Iceland. On Thanksgiving, many of his relatives from Iceland come to my daughter's home in Boxford. It is by far my favorite family gathering. We will hear from the Icelanders about what most of the island thinks about Trump. Best part of the day, they all hate him. So there is Emily from Ipswich.
I'm getting a lot of support in my cucumber sandwiches.
Oh,
Jim.
you are?
I just
Go
want
ahead.
you to know. Yeah, I love cucumber sandwiches. Butter is best, but mayo or anything else, classic and delicious. And then, Jim, if you don't want a cucumber sandwich, you don't have to have one. Plus, Ulysses Grant was a good man.
He was. That was fine.
Ulysses, that's great.
By the way, do
Now-
we really have a YouTube poll? Did you put up a YouTube? Oh, good. Well, either Nicole or Zoe or somebody put up a YouTube poll about Am I the A-hole based on that first
It is.
comment.
It's our most popular segment.
Well, except somebody texted a minute ago, said it's mean-spirited and horrible. I should have read that.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
Our YouTube poll, we have a whopping 60 votes. 90% like our Am I the A-hole
So do I.
segment. Yeah.
Here's a texter. Poor Mary Trump. Her uncle is MAGA and a groper.
That is...
I don't think she'll be going to his Thanksgiving Day. And by the way, I don't know if you wanted me to mention this the first or the last segment, about the 16% of people who don't go do families or friends.
Not only is it okay to mention, I mentioned in the lead to the segment.
Yeah,
You
okay.
Remember that? Were you here for that?
I missed it.
Probably
I missed
not.
It. But I mean, that's, and I was...
Is that but you don't know if that's by choice? They don't
Yeah.
have family they deal with. I mean, that's potentially quite
Oprah
sad.
must have something she does now, because it popped up on my phone last night.
What
I don't
was
know
it?
where it came from. But she was talking to people that have no relationships with their families anymore. It was sad in a way, but on the other hand, a lot of the people are better off. 'Cause,
Oprah still has a show?
She did something. Yeah, she did something
I
with a
didn't
whole
know- I
group of
had no
people.
idea.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, she's very... I love Oprah.
Anonymous texter has an approach to Thanksgiving: edibles and mouth tape. By the way, we had the call. Remember the caller that said the other day that he or she, I can't remember, or they prepare. Meaning they get all their facts and figures.
Yeah.
They're ready for battle
Right.
as soon as they enter the Thanksgiving dinner room.
Yeah, well, I feel like I am ready for battle. I just don't want to do the battle on my day off.
Okay.
Jay on the road. Thank
Hi,
you for
Jay on
calling.
the road.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good.
I just wanted to share something that my wife and I were reading online last night.
Please do.
And so if you want to save money for holiday gifts, talk about Trump tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, then nobody will be talking to each other by Christmas. That's brilliant.
Well, however you want to read into it.
That is brilliant advice, Jay. Thanks for sharing that. We really appreciate it. Can you imagine going to an event where you can't leave because you really can't leave Thanksgiving for hours? When you do have people, I've never had this experience. I do it on the air, but in life. But can you imagine having to argue across the table with somebody over Trump and his policies?
Well, I think what happens sometimes is people have too much to drink, and then
that's a good point.
or their inhibitions are disinhibited, and that could also be true if you have edibles. You have a few edibles, you could be disinhibited as well. On the other hand, I think a lot of people, unless they got a liquor problem, like to have a couple of beers or glasses of wine, or in my case, the Negronis, the bully boy Negronis.
By the way, it is only 11:32. You have mentioned the Negronis on and
I'm
off
very
the air
excited about
maybe
them.
15 times.
I have?
Today.
Well, I'm very excited about them. I think people will really like them. And I'd never had them before until the Billy Boy
You mean Bully, not Billy.
Billy.
Billy Boy is another company.
Bully
This is
Boy.
Bully Boy.
That's
yes.
right. Because, a lot of people don't know how to mix drinks.
That's an excellent
and
point.
usually mixed drinks in those bottles are terrible.
So this is pre-mix. Is that what you're saying?
It is a all you have to do is pour it over the ice, Joe.
And is it Billy Boy or Bully Boy?
It's Bully Boy.
Thank you.
It is Bully Boy.
The Willis brothers.
The
They were
Willis
with us
brothers.
when they were practically children. Do you remember that when they were first with us?
I know, and they've done very well.
They've done very well.
Carolyn from
They're also
Newton
very
says
nice guys.
she's having dinner all by herself in Gloucester by the ocean. Wow.
How's she feel about that? That's all she said?
That's all she said.
Is that by choice, or what's that about?
I think it's by. She didn't elaborate. Maybe she doesn't get along with her family. Oh, Mary Allen says cucumber sandwiches are served at the Ritz for tea.
And what's her point?
That I'm timeless and classy. That's her point.
No, it's all you can make. I mean, is there any other appetizer? What can you put like taco chips in the microwave and melt cheese on
Well,
them?
you can make anybody can make cheese and crackers, but this is a little bit more. Involved. Okay.
Not really. Let's go to, you know what I bought last year that I've only used once that you would love? What's that thing called that is a fast slicer in your house? It begins with an M. What is it?
Vegematic?
No. What's that thing? What's the name of the...
I don't know.
Mandolin. Mandolin, thank you. Do you ever see one of those things?
No, should I get
You
one?
go back and forth. Well, this is a true story, unfortunately. They say to you, when you read the instructions, which I always do before I have a new appliance or whatever, be very careful, use the guard, because the cutting blade is really thick. And the first time I figure, I don't need the blade, obviously, I know how to cut things. I practically cut off my finger. So that's the only time I used it. I wiped the blood off it, though, so I could use it again should I choose.
The Globe has got a lot of movie suggestions in today's paper.
I saw that,
for movies, are not necessarily Thanksgiving ones. There are also different movies
Fun.
from beyond this week.
Naked Gun was in there.
Yeah, the new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson. Yeah,
that was okay.
You said you didn't like it that much.
Yeah.
But anyway, you can watch them while you're doing your chopping tonight if you have to do any chopping for your Thanksgiving.
Speaking of Naked Gun, anonymous texter says, Marjorie, Negronis are great, but don't forget the sniffing glue.
I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah, if you haven't watched Airplane, boy, that is a great one to watch. It's absolutely timeless. Jonathan Chelmsford wants to know if Trump would have deported the Pilgrims.
You know, we have another, what do you call it here? You're doing another YouTube poll? You guys are on fire, apparently, it's Nicole. 45 votes. These are really racking up big-time participation. 72% like cucumber sandwiches.
There you go.
That is sad.
I'll let you know how it goes on Monday.
I think we know how it goes. I don't think we need to wait till Monday.
I think they're going to be very popular, Jim. Very popular.
You know what that music means?
Yeah, time to go.
Saying not to go, but to leave this particular segment.
Yes, we're going to leave this particular segment because up next, we're going to talk with former Public Safety Secretary Andrea Cabral. She is next. After this quick break, you're listening to BPR on GBH and NAPM, live at the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to talk with Andrea, by the way, about two pretty horrible immigration stories. That's next. And also, on the light side, Jim, a judge who wears an Elvis wig on the bench. We'll be right back. BPR, GBH, and NAPM, youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm talking, you're not.
I understand.
I'm talking, you're not.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Coming up on The Culture Show, holiday shopping can feel like a slog, but not when it supports and celebrates a community. We'll get an overview of a holiday market built around AAPI artists, flavors, and small businesses. Then we raise the curtain on the Dance Complex's Funny Uncle Cabaret, a queer-centered holiday tradition blending dance, humor, and chosen family joy. That and more is on The Culture Show, today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Classic Harbor Line, offering classic yacht cruises throughout the holiday season in Boston and New York City for families, date nights, and corporate gatherings. More at classicharborline.com. And Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, offering PPO and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a broad network of doctors and hospitals. BlueCrossMA.com/go.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NAPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're off the rest of the week, back on Monday. We're joined now on Zoom by Andrea Cabral, former Public Safety Secretary from Massachusetts, former Sheriff of Suffolk County. Hey, Andrea.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
Hey,
We're
Andrea. So we have an update. People may recall the efforts Trump made to overturn the presidential election. One involved Georgia, where he was calling up looking for 11,000 votes. I told what was his name?
Raffensperger,
the election guy down there, that's all they needed to overturn the election. Well, there's been an update on what's happened to that prosecution today. You can tell us about it?
Yeah, apparently the prosecutor that took over for Fani Willis, people may remember that Trump challenged Fani Willis's authority as prosecutor because she had a relationship with the special prosecutor that was appointed to handle this case in Georgia. So ultimately, the decision was that she needed to step away from the case, but that the prosecution could continue. Then it became a search for what prosecutor or special prosecutor would replace her. Apparently it was a man by the name of Peter Skandalakis, who I think was actually a senior prosecutor involved in the search for a special prosecutor, who ultimately said he would take the case himself. I don't know anything about Skandalakis, but today he decided not only to drop the case against Trump, but to also drop it against all of the co-defendants, and there were over a dozen of them, co-defendants that were also involved in trying to rig the election in Georgia, and essentially cited the fact that it would take too long to do the case, and said that he didn't even think it was worth it to separate Trump from the co-defendants, even if there were issues unique to Trump, given SCOTUS's, the GOP majority SCOTUS decision granting him immunity. He said that it didn't even make sense to try the other co-defendants. I'm gobsmacked by the ruling. I mean, it really essentially, it's Animal Farm writ large. Some animals are more equal than others. This is clearly a case that needed to be prosecuted, not just for local reasons, but for national reasons. And to say, there are just too many issues, it's too complicated, and it would take too long. And if we're not going to prosecute him, because he might ultimately be immune from any kind of consequence, we're not going to prosecute co-defendants either. Can you imagine if that rule was applied across the board to co-defendants in criminal cases?
Can I say a couple of things about this? Is that, to use your word, this is a scandalakis, is what it actually is. And, for people who are thinking, well, he's the president of the United States and he can order the Justice Department to drop. This is a state prosecution. So there is absolutely no reason to do what this guy did. It is, to say that Donald Trump lives a charmed life, most people don't live a life where they escape one set of consequences for horrible behavior. He escapes all consequences and gets rewarded with the presidency. A 34-time felon, a sexual predator, as we have learned, and gets this case dropped. So if you were interviewing Skandalakis or whatever his name is, and I mean this seriously, as a former prosecutor yourself, could you you told us what his reason, could you give a credible reason why this?
No.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
No. To me, there's not a credible reason for any of the judicial decisions or prosecutorial decisions that, to your point, have allowed Trump to escape accountability at a level that, in my years as a lawyer, are just unprecedented. And to my knowledge of history, I have never seen anything like this before in my life. And you can say, well, find out more about Skandalakis, find out, what the basis of this decision was. If there's money to follow the money. If there's their favors being traded to it. But at the end of the day, what this means is that the person you just described, the felon that you just described, sexual predator you just described, who not only tried to rig his last election, but is openly rigging the election that's upcoming. It's astonishing. It's just astonishing that this is the rule of law, as Elie Mystal has said many times. The rule of law has been rendered dead. And every once in a while, we get another decision that digs it up and kills it again.
So that's the situation out of Georgia. We're
that's
talking
the situation
Andrea
out of
Cabral. Let's come home to Massachusetts, Marjorie.
Yeah, this is a really disturbing story. This is a young woman who's a freshman at Babson College, comes from Texas, originally came from Honduras, but came here with her family as a child, and thought she was okay to be in the United States. Then what happened?
Well, she got picked up. She was on her way home to see
Texas,
her, I think her family
in Texas. Yep.
Yeah, and was swept up by ice. And I don't even know where she is now.
I think she's in Honduras.
She's in Honduras. They deported her right away, and the family didn't know where she was for 48 hours. And we don't know how old she was when she came to the United States, but she was a young child, and she's in Honduras, a country where she barely knows the language and hasn't been to in many years. So she came here as a young child. Yeah. That's what happened.
This is happening every day, nearly everywhere. There was another story in the Globe that, most people may know that Caroline Leavitt, who's originally from New Hampshire.
Yeah.
This is great.
She's the spokesliar for the Trump administration. And I say that because every single day she takes the podium and she lies on his behalf. Her nephew, the mother of her nephew, this is a woman who is divorced from her brother, was married to her brother. That woman was just swept up by ice. It's the mother of Caroline Leavitt's nephew who was swept up by ice. And the family of this woman, she's been here her whole life. She's originally from Brazil. And it's very unclear what the basis was of it, except that after she was taken into custody, Caroline Leavitt's brother and Caroline Leavitt's father reached out to her and encouraged her to self-deport, which sort of makes me think that they were probably the ones that reported her to begin with.
Yeah.
But she's been here since she was a child.
And she was in Revere. She was leaving Revere to go pick up her 11-year-old son from school in New Hampshire. So he is now without his mother, and obviously she had at least partial custody of this child because she was going to pick him up from school. So I don't know why Dad and the other relatives would think it was a good idea for this 11-year-old boy to lose his mother.
Well, I suggest, people should look at the divorce papers and see whether or not he was fighting for full custody, because the easiest way to get that is to get rid of the mother.
That's a great point.
Can you move the note you sent Zoe a little bit higher on the screen, if you will? Zoe did a little bit of research here. Getting back to this first woman deported to Honduras, she came here and she was 8 years old. There was a removal order, but as we read in the Globe story, often no notice is provided to the person against whom the removal order is granted.
Or they send them to the wrong address.
Or they send them to an old address.
Apparently many families get these removal orders and are unaware that they have them.
This woman, whose name, I hope I don't, Ani Lucia Lopez Boloza is her name. She was 11 years old when the order of removal was granted and continued living in the United States without incident. So her great crime that led her to be deported to Honduras is she's going to see her family in Texas.
She's a Babson student.
She came here.
I'm sorry, that's a different one.
She came here. No, it's not. It is the Babson student. She came here at 8 years old and at 11 years old because she didn't respond to an order of removal, which apparently is her only sin. She's deported. And by the way, getting back, would they argue in this case, in light of the fact that we learned a few months ago that you are entitled, even according to the Supreme Court, to some due process, would they argue the due process was in the hearing on the order of removal, which she apparently did not even know about? Is that what their argument would be?
If she's 11, she is statutorily unable to answer to a court order.
Good point.
It would have had to have been one or both of her parents. And it's certainly not clear, ultimately what happened with all that. But at 11, she is not presumed to be anything close to an adult. and have some sort of level of cognition that she was flaunting a court order. But the point of all of that case and the other case that I referenced with Caroline Leavitt is the lie, among a plethora of lies, is that the only people that this is happening to are people who are criminals. That is absolutely not true. And they finally started to admit it. So Caroline Leavitt, the reason I called her a spokesliar is that in response to these things, she said, well, no one should be interfering with us deporting criminals. Well, that's not what's happening. They're clearly not doing that. They have now moved on to anyone who is here, to their view, illegally, is someone who needs to be deported from the country. And they are taking people, literally sweeping people off the streets. And the response by the American people is, I would say, muted, to say the least.
Can we? Well, I have to say, I disagree.
Hold on. It is a law. We don't know what due process happened here. I suspect it didn't happen here because in all these cases,
I think we do know. The only argument they can make is during the order of removal.
And the President of the United States raises his hand, says he's going to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Well, the U.S. Constitution says you are entitled to due process in the United States of America, whether you are here as a citizen or not. So this is all
Well,
lawless.
you didn't see the headline behind you. The headline behind you a couple of minutes ago was Department of Justice lawyers admit that Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security, defied a court order when continuing with the deportation proceeding. But I want to say something more about this young woman for a minute. Every time there's a situation like this, I say to myself, okay, let's identify in our minds the 38% of Americans who still support Trump. Would any of those people say a kid who came here not on her own, but brought here by her parents, even if in violation of immigration laws, but she was 8, 11 years old, there's an order of removal. Whether she knew about it or not, she was 11 years old. She's a kid, a freshman at Babson, who has nothing.
Got into Babson, which means she's a smart kid, because that's a good school.
Well, if she wasn't smart, it's fine too.
She has true, nothing, but she's working hard, obviously.
She has nothing on her record. Would one of those 38% say, good, she was deported to Honduras? I mean,
Jim, there are a bunch of them that would say that. You know why? Her name is Annie Lucia Lopez Veloza.
That's a very good point.
That's why they would say it.
And how long?
You're right.
The bottom line here is that the largest point for everybody in the country is this is lawless.
It is lawless.
Due process that she's been denied, that Caroline Leavitt's nephew's mother has been denied, and that so many others are being denied on a daily basis. Not only are they subject to violent apprehension in violation of their right against search and seizure, there is no due process for these folks, and there is a hair's breadth between no due process for them and no due process for anybody else in this country. The people can't see that and continue to do an us and them analysis on this is insane. Well, because once it's done away with, it's done away with for all purposes and all things.
And as we know, the people that with the helicopters coming down in the middle of the night in Chicago, a lot of those people were United States citizens. They didn't get any due process either. I mean, it is really incredible that this is just going on. And
well, the one place where I'll disagree with Andrea, the numbers have turned, and this is one of the things that makes me feel most optimistic, considering I'm almost never optimistic. Even on immigration, people have finally gotten that this worst first crap from Trump, that we're only going to do hardened criminals, is exactly that. I mean, whether it's reading about this freshman at Babson, whether it's seeing a mother's face pushed into the pavement in Chicago or wherever it is, I think, Andrea, the majority of the American people are finally getting this is about cruelty. And racism. It is not about making sure that our borders are secure. And so I'm moderately hopeful. Can we do one more federal immigration official, people? ProPublica does some of the most wonderful work of anybody, wonderful research. There's a piece out where, often federal authorities talk about how they only use non-lethal force as essentially a way to say how kind we are being to people we are detaining, deporting, that sort of thing. Could you share with us a little bit about what ProPublica found about the impact of, quote, non-lethal force?
ProPublica found that it's a lie. That's saying that the non-lethal, sort of using that as a catch-all to sort of lull people into a sense that there's a level of benevolence being displayed when protesters are confronted by members of the National Guard or any federal law enforcement, ICE agent, whatever it is, trying to break up a protest. It's not true. And less than lethal weapons, we've had this debate in Massachusetts over a lengthy period of time, and some changes have resulted in the use of less than lethal force because depending on how it's used, it is lethal.
Well,
rubber bullets are
rubber
lethal.
bullets. We had
Tear
the
gas
pepper ball.
canisters, anything that hits you in the head, tear gas canisters, pepper balls, those can all be lethal when used the wrong way. What ProPublica found, and their investigation here was very extensive. They conducted dozens and dozens of interviews at protest scenes. They reviewed hundreds of pages of court documents, photographs, excuse me. They analyzed about 50 video recorded incidents in which either immigration agents, excuse me, or officers used the weapons in the last 5 months. They found more than 24 cases in which the officers deployed the weapons in a way that clearly flouts the government's own rules. They aim them at people's heads, they aim them at their spine or their groin. Also, let's keep in mind, the deployments, many of the deployments didn't have anything to do with them beating back violence on the part of protesters. Right. They were responding to speech they didn't like. So I apologize for my hoarseness.
It's fine.
They were responding to speech, the exercise of First Amendment right to protest what they were doing, what ICE agents were doing. They responded with violence and force that was potentially lethal and, in fact, did injure a number of people, put them in the hospital, nearly blinded. Even reporters were being targeted, one of whom was even was nearly blinded. I mean, this is flat out brown shirt lawlessness.
It really is. It really is.
It absolutely is. And when I say the response is muted, I'm not talking about poll numbers or how people respond when they get a phone call. What I'm saying is we're still, with the exception of publications like ProPublica and Vox and a few others, this is still being reported, and the White House's lying responses are not being reported like there's a 5-alarm fire, and there is a 5-alarm fire. They're being reported like, well, this is the accusation, and this is what the White House says it is, when we know that they lie.
You know, I just want to point out here, because people may remember in 2004 that 21-year-old Emerson college student, Victoria Snellgrove, was killed by the Boston police when she was celebrating after a Red Sox win, and she was hit in the eye with a pepper ball, and she bled to death. So these so-called non-lethal weapons are not necessarily non-lethal weapons.
And can I just say one thing really quick?
Yeah.
I think what bothers me is when we haven't seen a single editorial by a major newspaper calling for the president's impeachment for this lawlessness, and regardless of whether or not Congress would do anything about it. Where are the editorials? They've called for the impeachment of presidents on far less, for Bill Clinton for having an affair.
Exactly right.
Where are they? And that leads the way when you try to galvanize resistance to what is essentially the broad daylight murder of democracy.
Andrea, as always, thanks for your directness and perspective. We really appreciate it. Take care. Happy Thanksgiving. See you soon.
Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Andrea. We have been speaking with Andrea Cabral, who's the former Public Safety Secretary for Massachusetts and former Sheriff of Suffolk County. We say goodbye to you folks listening on NEPM, but you wanted to say something.
Yeah, speaking of NEPM, one of our colleagues out there, Monty Belmonte, we mentioned this yesterday, I've mentioned over years, responsible, along with Jim McGovern, for this wonderful walk around hunger issues, this 2-day walk, 49 miles. We spoke to Jim McGovern, who does it every year, both days. Joe Kennedy called in. He did day one. I'm looking at a picture in the Greenfield Recorder of Governor Healy, who walked yesterday with her hand on the shoulder of Monty Belmonte of NEPM fame. dressed up as Mr. Rogers, by the way, for the walk. He looks fabulous. Joe Kennedy texted me last night. They raised $798,000
That's great. That is
around
great.
food insecurity issues. So congratulations to McGovern, to Monty, and to all the wonderful people who participated.
And thanks to the folks on NEPM that may contribute to that effort, too. Thank you for Fabulous 413 starts at 3 this afternoon. You'll probably hear Monty talking about this, I would suspect. Okay, we're going to keep going, though, here in Boston. After the news, Harvard's Juliette Kayyem is going to talk about a possible peace deal in Ukraine and other news. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues up ahead with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio, right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ballet, presenting the Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage starting November 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org.
Everyone knows the shot heard round the world, but what were the key military technologies in the American colonies' fight for freedom? Find out on NOVA, Revolutionary War Weapons, tonight at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on Hour 2 of BPR Live from the Boston Public Library. It's national security expert Harvard's Juliette Kayyem on the latest developments as Trump was pushing that pro-Russia ceasefire deal in Ukraine. What is it now and what are its prospects? This while Trump and Pete Hegseth are busy waging their own spite war against Gulf War veteran, astronaut, and U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, not to mention the Scouts.
I'm Marjorie Egan. After that, it's Doug Gordon and Sarah Goodyear, hosts of the podcast War on Cars. Their new book, Life After Cars, Freeing Ourselves from the Tyranny of the Automobile. And our 1 o'clock hour wraps up with playwright, painter, chaos agent Ryan Landry, gearing up for the premiere of his holiday show, Sweeney Claus, the Demon Father of Fleet Street. All that ahead, BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A Georgia court's dismissing the 2020 election interference case against President Trump and allies. The prosecutor, who recently took over from Fulton County DA Fani Willis, says he will not pursue the charges. White House envoy Steve Witkoff heads to Moscow next week to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin about ending the war in Ukraine. Some Ukrainian officials say they're not surprised by leaked transcripts of a conversation in which Witkoff said he had deep respect for Putin. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports.
NPR has not been able to independently confirm the transcripts released by Bloomberg. In one call, Witkoff encourages the Putin advisor to have Putin call President Trump and flatter him over his recent Mideast peace deal in order to get the ball rolling on a similar deal between Russia and Ukraine. The Putin call came a day ahead of a White House visit by Volodymyr Zelensky in October and likely dashed the Ukrainian president's hopes for Tomahawk missiles. A second release conversation between two Putin advisors confirms a recent 28-point peace plan released by Russia and the U.S. was likely entirely concocted by Russia. That plan, which favored Russia, has since been heavily amended by the Ukrainians and Europeans. Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News, Kyiv.
Israel says it has positively identified the remains of a body returned by Hamas as a person taken hostage in the initial October 7th attack in southern Israel 2 years ago. Here's NPR's Kat Lonsdorf.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office confirmed that forensic tests showed the body is that of Dror Or, a 48-year-old who Israel says was killed at his home in the October 7th attack. Or's wife was also killed. 2 of his children were taken hostage into Gaza and later released alive. In exchange for the transfer of Or's body, Israel is expected to release the bodies of 15 Palestinians held by Israel. As part of a ceasefire deal implemented nearly 7 weeks ago, all remaining hostages, both alive and dead in Gaza, are supposed to be returned to Israel. There are still 2 more bodies remaining. Israel has accused Hamas of deliberately stalling. Hamas has insisted it is struggling to find the bodies under the rubble. Kat Lonsdorf, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
The Environmental Protection Agency is asking a federal court to strike down limits on air pollution that it set under the Biden administration. NPR's Michael Copley reports the EPA previously estimated the regulations would save thousands of lives each year.
The EPA says tighter limits it put on fine particle pollution called soot were unlawful because it didn't conduct a thorough review required by the Clean Air Act. The EPA said in a filing to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit that it finalized the regulation last year without considering the costs it would impose on things like power plants and factories. The agency said in a statement that implementing the rule would cost Americans hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. Environmental groups said abandoning the regulation of toxic particles would lead to more cases of asthma, heart disease, and early deaths.
It's NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Does banning cell phones in schools make a difference? Well, in Taunton, it does. Taunton high school officials are seeing a dramatic improvement to student behavior and academics since enacting a cell phone ban. The Taunton Daily Gazette reports that the update is according to a memo from high school principal John Harrison, who says the percentage of students passing all their classes has increased from 67% to 70%. Vandalism and threats decreased by 57%. And with the Thanksgiving countdown well underway, I have to shake my head and ask myself, why are we hosting it again this year? It's a boatload of work. It costs a boatload of money, not to mention the time involved to prepare the meal, serve the meal, clean up after the meal. Well, I do it because I love my family, especially except that one aunt who remains nameless. No sooner does she take off her coat and marches into the kitchen and goes right for the fridge.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
That's 100% her. She even cheats at Yahtzee. The Celtics host the Pistons at the Garden today. It's a 5 p.m. start. The Bruins are in New York for a game against the Islanders. And in the forecast, cloudy near 60 degrees today, clearing sky overnight tonight, low 39. Mostly sunny, mid-40s for Thanksgiving Day. And then sunny and low 40s on Friday, a good day for a turkey and cranberry relish sandwich. 60 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from ARM, committed to delivering innovative, advanced computing designed to enable worldwide companies to unleash the capabilities and experiences of AI. The future of AI is built on ARM. ARM.com. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're off the rest of the week. We're very grateful for that. We'll be back on Monday with Trenny Casey, Corby Cummer, Michael Curry, and Dr. Catherine Gergen Barnett. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Marjorie. We're joined now live at the library by national security expert Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security under Barack Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security Program at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, and CNN senior national security analyst. Hello, Juliette. How are you? Nice to see you.
Everyone. So let's start with this peace agreement with Ukraine. I'm very confused about where we are or where we are not. Yeah. So what do we think is the latest?
That's such a good question, because you would think that I could answer this question in a sentence, like, we have a deal, there's no deal.
Well, there's a
variety of deals.
Yes.
So let me start with the U.S. The U.S. side, Trump really wants a deal. He really wants his peace prize. He likes his, 26?
It was 28.
28.
Now allegedly down to 18.
The Gaza deal was
18.
also 28. There's something that he likes about 28. From what I can tell, there's 3 factions within the White House, and none of them are communicating with each other. One is run by Kushner and Witkoff, and was and that's a proposal that was as close to what the Russians wanted as possible. They may be walking away from it, but they basically accepted a Russian proposal and then said, we have a deal. I should just say, subsequently, we have learned that Witkoff, this, commercial businessman, has no business, doing all of the stuff that he's doing in terms of negotiating for the United States. That someone has, some foreign intelligence agency has released a transcript of a phone call he had with the Russians, essentially telling the Russians how to get Trump to agree with it. So that's one faction. Faction number two is Marco Rubio, who came in this weekend with a bit of a lob into the first plan that I described, and it looks like they're trying to negotiate because of Marco Rubio's essentially his lob. There is a third faction that one needs to follow, which is the J.D. Vance faction, which wants even more harm done to Ukraine in the deal. So if you don't know what's going on, that's why, because we don't have a president who's paying attention. We simply have factions within the White House, all of them also aligning clearly for 2028 as Trump's both, his popularity plummets as well as his mental and physical capabilities.
Can we talk about this Witkoff thing for a second? There are a couple of things about him as the lead negotiator. Is this phone call that you talked about in which he says to his Russian counterpart, make sure Putin praises, this is before their physical get-together, praise him for what he's doing in Gaza and all that sort of stuff. And Trump's asked about it yesterday, and of course he says, this is how all negotiations are conducted. And then if you watch television and read the papers in the last 24 hours, every diplomat worth his or her salt has said they've never heard of anything like this ever. Now, if you say, well, you're being picky, this is a guy, Witkoff, who walks into a negotiation with Putin, I think it was about 3 or 4 months ago, without a translator, and relies upon Putin's translator to translate what Putin is saying to him and what he is saying to Putin. This is the lack of level of sophistication.
Yeah, and I mean, it does suggest, I think it's just fair to say that the allegations that Witkoff has something to gain from his negotiations with Russia are prevalent in the discourse because it's hard to know why else he would do this. I will say, and then I'm not going to be like, oh, I have the proof. It is worth commenting that both Witkoff and Kushner benefited financially from the deal with Gaza and Israel. And I would have every expectation that would be true with their Ukrainian deal because it has $200 million in construction. And that to me that's going to go straight to Jared Kushner. And that may be why Marco Rubio, who's clearly lobbying salvos into this to isolate J.D. Vance for the presidential run in 2028. That's why he came in. Let me just say, if you understand what I just said, kudos to you. I have been thinking all morning how I was going to explain it to everyone. That is the best I can do. On the other side is everyone's negotiating now with Ukraine, seeing how far they can get Ukraine to a deal. That's going to mean dropping some of the original provisions.
But, it seems to me that with no expertise, all I know is what I read, is that Zelensky, who I think is one of the most heroic figures of this century, is in trouble at home. And not so much because of the war, about corruption in his government. And Zelensky's positivity about the next phase of negotiation, I guess with Rubio or somebody, saying that this was that the United States was much more amenable to what the needs of the Ukrainians was. I hope that's true, but I fear it's also a weakened president being willing to accept less than he ever would have accepted because he's on such shaky ground.
He's on shaky ground, not just because of the internal domestic politics.
What is it?
Because
the length of the war?
We're not supporting it like we used to. So their pathway to a decisive military victory is now narrow. And just to quote Zelensky, he said, basically the deal we've been gotten is we either lose our dignity or we lose our closest ally.
Yeah.
But that's because of us.
I thought that talk he gave was very forceful, that statement he gave was very forceful. And then I heard from the Times reporting again, interviews with a lot of people on the street who are saying, my son died for nothing.
Yeah.
No,
he will. He may not be able to deliver, whatever it is that the White House wants him to deliver. And we'll see. I mean, something will come out of it. But I mean, again, that would depend on Russia being an honest broker. As we see in Gaza, Israel, I don't know why we're still calling this a ceasefire. I just saw 200 died in the last 48 hours, 200 Palestinians.
Well, they bombed the capital.
You're
talking about in Gaza.
Yeah, but also, so we'll see. But, Trump wants an end and doesn't care what the content of that is. He just wants to be able to say, lots of people can end wars if you concede everything. The reason why it's hard to end wars is they're rarely militarily decisive, and then you need some sort of negotiated settlement. But you need one of the parties to the table, and we didn't have them.
He's just trying to repeat exactly what he did in Israel and Gaza, from the 28 points to Witkoff and Kushner. Yeah. It's like, we did it there, let's do it here. Obviously, it's two completely different situations.
And because you have the Europeans who are obviously, freaking out about what's going on. And, I mean, this doesn't have to do with Ukraine. What happened this weekend with this sort of craziness of no one really knew what the White House had agreed to. No one really knew whether the Russians had supplied us with the talking points. The damage that has done to any ally thinking that we're a reliable party is pretty permanent for now. I mean, maybe it can be undone, and that has to do with intelligence sharing, support for all sorts of other efforts that we align with the Europeans. I don't think the Europeans are being hysterical, I guess I would say, by saying that world order is over. Because if you are in NATO, you simply cannot rely on the United States at this stage.
Well, they're trying to get more people in the military all over the place.
That's right.
Can I
to Latvia to
Can I say
Bosnia?
2 things about this? There was a wonderful piece by somebody I'm not ordinarily a big fan of. Tom Friedman wrote a great piece in the New York Times over the weekend referring this original proposal by Trump to his Chamberlain moment, meaning the Great Appeaser.
Which one, Gaza or Ukraine?
No, Ukraine, the 28-point plan, as his, I believe he called it his Chamberlain moment, meaning Neville Chamberlain, meaning the Nazi appeaser from the 30s. That's number one, you should read that. And secondly, we did this on Monday with Mstislav Chernov in conjunction with Frontline. This movie, 2,000 Meters to Andriivka, which is this on the front lines account of these Ukrainian soldiers, almost all young men, very young men. It makes it so real what these people are doing to protect their democracy. And at the same time, we have a country and a leader who more often than not doesn't support the preservation and the fight for that democracy. It's really, it's criminal.
Well, just one quick thing about the movie. You see war really close up, like I've never seen it before.
Nor had I,
and
except in fiction.
In fiction, in movies. Saving Private Ryan,
Saving
the first
Private Ryan,
scene
exactly.
of people landing on the beach.
This is like Saving Private Ryan,
except
but
it goes
real.
on and on and on and on and on. It's devastating.
So people should check it out. We're talking to Juliette Kayyem. At the same time, we didn't mention, but the Secretary of the Army, who I'd never heard of till 2 days ago, is apparently, even though he's never negotiated anything, is part of the negotiations here.
He's in the
Vance camp. He's very close to. They apparently text every day. So at the same time, Secretary of Defense is not involved. He is back home trying to persecute Senator Kelly.
Yes.
And making sure that the military has no relationship to what used to be called the Boy Scouts. And the reason is, I'd love to get your thoughts on the Scouts. Marty's obsessed with this.
It's unbelievable.
That the Scouts are attacking, these are quotes, boy-friendly spaces. It is a detriment to national security. It is leading to gender confusion. Now, what is the horrible thing they did? They allowed little girls into the Boy Scouts, so it's now called the Scouts.
That's right. The Girl Scouts could join the Boy Scouts.
And they're terminating their relationship.
Patching. I mean, they're not like sleeping together in tents. I mean, it's just... This guy is so, okay. So we
got
do
masculinity
have to,
issues.
yes, exactly.
Boy,
We
does he
do have
ever.
to just make fun of the fact that like these major negotiations are going on in Ukraine and Gaza, and here is the Secretary of Defense, and his two big moments this week are and it is a serious denial. I think funds that the military had done. To create a generation of citizen soldiers, right, from the Scouts, and then he's going after not just a senator, military astronaut, and married to a woman who was shot in the head when she was a representative. I don't even get his politics anymore, because I was like, if you were just gaming this as a smart political person, like Mark Kelly. Wildly popular in a swing state. I'm not quite getting this, but they've given up on. I mean, they're now just. The floor has dropped. People are thinking about 2028. The White House is. I just read is Trump 2.0 lasted about 6 months, and now we're back to the chaos of Trump 1.0. So the whole idea. So I have two boys. You have, yes, yeah, you have
I have a boy, yeah.
I have no boys.
So like the idea that like this is me as a mother and my experience, but like boys have no trouble finding boy space. Like literally, my boys have been home for 10 hours. They got in last night. The whole house is like their
Boy
shoes.
space.
Like, I mean, we're
That's
just
so
one
funny.
is like, we don't need special spaces often for boys, because they take over my entire kitchen, living room, den.
I'm so glad
my TV is already broken. It's off table. I don't even know. They've been home 10 hours.
But isn't that, you feel that boy energy from the time they're like 13 to the time they're 25.
Anyway,
it's like you're overwhelmed. Your whole
someone
house.
who's obsessed with that, and it's going to harm the Scouts, because the Scouts. I mean, I think 3 or 4 former secretaries of defense have been the chairman of the Scouts board. It's a strong tie, but the other is just the Mark Kelly thing. I'm of the school that the White House took the bait. The Democrats, the ones that did this video.
We should explain it for those 3 people who don't know what the video was.
So the video is veterans or reservists who are in the Senate and the House. Simply just a video saying, the military does not follow illegal orders.
You are not required.
You're not
as a
required to
member of the
follow illegal
military.
orders. Doesn't say that Trump did illegal orders, doesn't say what are the illegal orders. It's just a basic fact.
Well, I mean, it is intimated. They don't mention Trump.
Exactly.
But it is bait. It is bait.
But it was bait. It was like, literally, it was like, let's see what Trump's going to do. You knew exactly what he's going to do. The next day he says they all should be killed, right? Or he retweets someone saying they all should be killed.
He said they were traitors.
They're traitors and they all should be
punishable by
executed.
death, yeah.
And it wasn't clear you get a trial between that and, but the other is now he has Hegseth on this total cockamamie investigation, which is not going to go over well in the Pentagon. You have the FBI showing up, the FBI that's about to lose its director. Everyone, Kash Patel is on his way out, and showing up at their doors. If this, I believe this was. This is like a catch. This was bait. I believe the Democrats knew exactly what Trump was likely to do. He can't. Now you've got the video of him saying kill everyone, and then you've got the going after Mark Kelly. I mean, if you're going to pick a senator, like pick Schumer, no one's going to defend him much.
Not to say he should be killed, but
I mean, this investigation, and then. So anyway, I think that this is interesting.
Can I say 2 things about this? This is
Hegseth
only
is
anecdotal. Marjorie and I were in New Hampshire, as we have been for every primary season. We went to a restaurant and we violated a cardinal rule. You never interrupt anybody famous when they're having dinner. And we were both so enamored of Gabby Giffords. I don't even know if we knew Mark Kelly. We knew he was in the center yet. We walked over to their table to introduce, just to say hello, not to say hi. Can we go do an interview? 2 of the nicest, warmest, asking questions about us while we're trying to talk. Just beautiful. That's number 1. Number 2, I couldn't agree with you more. I am usually of the belief, and we say on the other, Democrats have no strategy. They're clueless. The brilliance of this, it wasn't to tell members of the military what your rights are. It was purely to draw out Trump. So Trump is talking about going after Comey and Letitia James. He's talking about Kelly. Hegseth's gone after what used to be the Boy Scouts. And what is he not talking about, as we discussed with John King yesterday? The primary thing the American people care about, that they can't afford groceries.
Yeah.
So the brilliance for once of the Democrats is apparent. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I totally
think it was.
to bait this guy, and it worked.
Didn't you think it might have something to do with Venezuela and the military going to the cities?
Think we
too?
are.
I think that was a little
Yeah,
bit
but they did it to provoke a response. They're not going to. There's not going to be any change effectuated because they did the
Why
video.
have we never heard from the admiral who resigned over that?
That's
guy
a very good question.
He's kind of disappeared. He
I
was
think
a career
they might have already
military
gotten
guy.
rid of the second. I think I saw they just fired another naval guy, so it must be they're getting a lot of internal pushback. One hopes that these, I know it's inconsistent with the way these military people feel what their obligation is, but the obligation is to America, not to the Pentagon.
Yeah,
well, it's interesting you say that.
The supposition about the admiral was that he did not feel comfortable.
And we have
up
reporting
people
since then that the lawyers, like one after another lawyer was saying, I don't think that this is legal, and they just kept getting sidelined. So Hegseth, Hegseth will get his war, something in Venezuela, something will happen. There's lots of reporting about intelligence or covert actions, but what is it? 30% of our naval assets are now just like hanging around Venezuela. Like
our biggest
not that
aircraft
big,
carrier.
yeah. And then, but Hegseth's, we've always said he was unqualified, but he also wouldn't rise to the occasion. Hegseth is proving it this week, and it's disturbing that he's so unqualified, and he's our Secretary of Defense. But it also is maybe comforting to see that he is satisfying all of our priors. We weren't wrong about Hegseth.
You know what's interesting? How often the guy that is probably the least qualified ever to run the Pentagon keeps talking about a meritocracy.
Yeah.
His wife, meritocracy.
Apparently his, I read the military stuff and what he's lost in the Pentagon. Apparently he is so paranoid now that he travels with his wife all the time. Like he literally is like, she needs to be there, and so she is it's not like the spouse goes to like the funeral, which is what one does, but it is that she is like literally his plus one.
You haven't done your
everyone.
research. I read last night. She's the one he sends to the liquor store. That's why she's there, so that he does not. Can I say one more amusing thing on your station, CNN? What they did fabulously after this, I was reminded of this when you mentioned Witkoff, the lead negotiator, in quotes, in terms of the Ukrainian nightmare, is when you mentioned him advising his Russian counterpart how to butter up, one of my favorite expressions, Donald Trump. What CNN did brilliantly is they replayed something we've all seen a million times, the cabinet meetings, where they go around the room with grown adults saying, Mr. President, thank you for being the greatest peace president in history. Yeah. Mr. President, Kristi Noem said, thank you for letting me work with you. It is unbelievable that people are willing to degrade themselves, even to be close to that kind of power. But it was a beautiful kind of moment.
Trump 2.0, besides Rubio, I would say, none of these people had a trajectory of success. Just look at them. I mean, can you name a single one?
Well, Bessent, even though he's been a huge disappointment, his financial guy was well established and had a real career. Well, he's also a gay guy in an administration that is attacking LGBTQ issues, people, and saying not.
Well, that's just like pure. That's just like pure lust for power. But I mean, when you really think about,
no, that's a good point.
It's not. This is for these people. It's not a stepping stone to something else. This is beyond their wildest imagination of what they ever thought that they could do. You look at the Attorney General. She's a lobbyist for Qatar at $100,000 a month. Trust me, I see. And Pam Bondi. Yeah. You look at Kristi Noem, she was no longer a governor. She was doing dental commercials.
Killing her dog
and doing dental commercials. I mean, she has, this is a trajectory she didn't anticipate. They're going to love him all the way.
I started recording Jimmy Kimmel in Solidarity every night, and he did this very funny bit the other night.
You can get it online. You actually record.
I can get it online, but I like to watch the whole show because lots of times Jim Gaffigan on, and it's different people that do really good music and stuff. Anyway, he was talking about Trump's bromance with Mondami, and he was saying that Trump is in the room and looking at Mondami. He's got a new suit, looking good, nice-looking guy, very charming, very charismatic. So he's looking at him over here, and then over there, he's looking at J.D. Vance, all sweaty and kind of anxious, and then he's looking at Stephen Miller, who's one of the most unattractive people in and out you could ever even think about, and that was what so enamored him to.
You raised that. Speaking of that, I'm so glad you brought that up because I had forgotten about this. We try to go every time there's a situation, which is almost every day, that Trump disparages in the most pathetic way a woman reporter. There's a story in the New York Times you should read. I mean, it's not the most important story of the day about how Trump is aging, as any 79-year-old would do, no matter who they are, slowing down, fewer events. It's a pretty good story, and I don't think it's frankly a very critical story. It's an observational story. A man wrote the story and a woman wrote the story. Donald Trump chooses not to criticize the man, of course. Yes. He criticizes the woman. I think her name is Katie Rogers, I'm not sure, from the New York Times, in which he says, horrible reporter, and then this, and she is ugly on the outside and on the inside. I mean, and again, I'll say what I say every day. I know people are tired of this, so my apologies. Every one of those damn reporters should walk out. That was not done in front of them. Anytime he makes a comment like that, whether it's the piggy comment, walk out of the damn scrum.
We're out of time.
I will say, like Trump is no George Clooney. I mean, the hilarious thing is like his. I mean, it'd be one thing if like you were really good looking and started saying that, but I mean, it's this.
Oh it's fine weird, if he says piggy and you're ugly if he's good looking.
Like you can easily.
He's not very self-aware.
But it's Nancy Pelosi was always right about him, that everything he says is a projection. And I will say about that article, like, about time. Right, it is a news article
after the Biden stuff.
After the Biden stuff, Biden trips, and there's 8,000 articles. The president's mental and physical capabilities are deteriorating right before our eyes, and until reporters start reporting on that as a substantive, not gossipy issue, we will have
We're out of time, but before we go, I just wanted people to look at this. The Binance guy that just got pardoned by President Trump. Well, the families of citizens hurt or killed in the October 7th attack on Israel, they're suing Binance, claiming the cryptocurrency exchange aided Hamas and all these other terror organizations, Hezbollah, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, all these other terrorist organizations. This Binance, and this is a guy that just got a pardon from
You're trying to tell me
Trump.
Crypto is not safe?
Well,
wait, he got a pardon because of funding Hamas.
No, he got a pardon
because he's funding the Trump kids' business interests.
But this is
which is going down.
This is what this person is doing.
That is correct.
And the people that were slaughtered on October 7th are suing Binance that just got the pardon.
Thank you, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm already in my baggie. I'm baggy for the next 4 days.
Okay.
Eat away.
We've been speaking with Juliette Kayyem, national security expert, former assistant secretary for Homeland Security under President Barack Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN senior national security expert. Thank you, Juliette. Coming up after a quick break, two people leading the charge in a long-standing conflict in America, the war on a heavily car-centric design. Sarah Goodyear and Doug Gordon, authors of this very great and fun at the same time book, Life After Cars. They join us next to talk about Life After Cars. I'm Marjorie Egan, he's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Listen to be immersed.
Some Salvadorian rum, some horchata.
Listen to be transported.
After a 3-hour flight, you land in Guantanamo.
Flight attendants prepare for arrival.
Listen to get perspective.
And if that's what mattered, what didn't matter? What was just noise?
Listen to All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Lyric Stage, presenting A Sherlock Carol. This fresh and charming reimagining of Sherlock Holmes and Ebenezer Scrooge is a Yuletide detective story that's as good as gold. Running November 14th through December 21st at Lyric Stage Boston. Tickets at lyricstage.com. And Xfinity, delivering smart Wi-Fi, mobile, home security, and entertainment. proud sponsor of GBH Music's Jazz on 89.7, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights at 9. Learn more at xfinity.com. Imagine that.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy live at the Boston Public Library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Joined now live at the library by Doug Gordon. Hi, Doug. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Joining him on Zoom is Sarah Goodyear. Hi, Sarah. Thanks for hanging out with us. His co-author in a new book arguing for a massive lifestyle change for many Americans, A Life After Cars. The book is called, and it's really quite great, actually, Life After Cars, Freeing Ourselves from the Tyranny of the Automobile. The first line is, cars ruin everything. And I felt like what they meant to say was, cars ruin everything, Jim, like they're talking to me. They also host a podcast aptly named War on Cars. Doug, Sarah, great to have you both. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. You know, I learned a ton of stuff, including I was stunned to learn that more people were killed by cars in the 1920s than were killed in World War I. I mean, that was an unbelievable factoid from the book, and people really didn't like cars back in the 20s. But things have changed. So how do we get from the 1920s to where we are now?
A lot of propaganda, a lot of marketing, a lot of effort by the automobile companies to make us think that cars are okay. You know, the concept jaywalking was invented by the automobile industry. You used to, in cities like this, just walk across the street to grab the streetcar, to see a friend, to go shopping. And eventually and slowly they moved the pedestrians to sort of the street corners and crosswalks, cross at the green and not in between, stuff like that. So it's a long process that got us to here.
By the way, you can still jaywalk. If you want to die, you can still jaywalk. So
the stakes are a lot higher, yeah.
They are. So, Sarah, one of the things you guys do that I'm embarrassed to say, I mean, I thought I was aware of the downside of cars, even though I am far too car-dependent personally. You broke it down into all these areas, from kids to wildlife to the environment to social injustice. Let's start with kids, because all politicians, what did you used to write in your column? The last refuge of scoundrels in politics is I did it for the children.
Right.
So talk about the damage to kids of our obsession with automobiles.
I mean, it's multifaceted, but not only are vehicle accidents, motor vehicle accidents, one of the leading causes of death for children in the United States. Car air pollution contributes to cognitive delay and learning problems for children. And then children just don't have the freedom that they used to have to move around. And being able to move around independently is one of the most important things that kids can do developmentally, right? But now we live in a landscape where it's just dangerous for kids to go outside, not because of stranger danger, but because there are so many cars all over the place. And parents are rightly concerned and don't want their kids out there walking around. So that means the kids can't learn their environment. They can't learn how to navigate and be independent. And isn't that what we want for all of our kids, is for them to be able to understand the place that they live and move around it independently? Can't be done with
By the way,
the number of cars.
Don't get frustrated. In a few minutes, they actually come up with solutions, not just identifying problems. We'll talk about solutions there. You know, Doug, one of the things, I'm a big salmon consumer, and I was in the Northwest. I can't remember what state it was in, and I got to see that whole thing. It was just spectacular. You wrote this thing that is really shocking about coho salmon. Share that with people.
Yeah, in the Pacific Northwest, researchers in Washington State found that there were these big die-offs of salmon. They weren't spawning when sort of they're normally triggered to do so. And they identified a chemical, 6-PPD, that was found in the runoff. A lot of these rivers, a lot of these streams are near roads, and when it rains, all of those chemicals go into the water. And they found that this chemical was basically delaying or inhibiting the ability of salmon to trigger that spawning response.
It was actually killing them.
Killing them,
yes. The trigger is the water flows going into the rivers. That's their trigger to go upstream. And as they did that, this chemical was wiping them out. The tire companies didn't want anyone to know about it. They kept it under wraps for years and years, and it took researchers decades to figure out what was doing it. Now that they have, the tire companies don't seem to have any interest in changing that.
Yeah.
We're talking to two of the three authors of Life After Cars.
You've also talked about, it's somewhere, either in the podcast or maybe it was in the book, about how cities used to be so different in terms of not just kids, but everybody kind of walking around and where there are pedestrians everywhere. You know, I think of New York City where a lot of people don't have cars. I mean, there's tons of cars in New York, cabs and stuff. But everybody's in the street. Everybody's in the street.
Yeah.
And how now we're riding around in these little metal boxes and we don't interact.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you can separate our political environment from our physical environment. The fact, I sometimes call cars the internet comment section of the real world because you are anonymous to everyone. You literally have your back turned to your fellow citizens. And it creates a real, when you drive, everybody else on the road is your enemy. When you bike or you walk or you take transit, what do you want? More people around you.
That's a great point.
Right?
Yeah. Well, we're not going to talk about the bus bikes or bike buses, whatever they are yet, but why not? I mentioned it. Talk about, you did a segment in the book about Montclair, New Jersey, where kids en masse, at least one day a week, ride the bikes together.
I went out to Montclair, New Jersey. Sarah actually went to Barcelona, where the concept of the bike bus in its modern form originated. It's really just a bunch of kids, sort of like a game of blob tag, like picking other kids up as they go. There are parents, there are teachers who chaperone them, and they just are kids taking up space. And in Montclair, they can have upwards of 300 kids riding in the morning, and then they get to school and they're a little more focused. They've gotten their energy out. They've gotten some exercise. They've gotten some fresh air. They've gotten some social activity with friends. It's the most delightful thing you'll ever see.
By the way, a lot of it's happening here too. I mean, not in colossal numbers. I want to stay on the damage. Marjorie can't resist the solution.
I was so taken by the bus bike.
You also have, Sarah,
bus.
a really interesting thing about, these aren't your words, about how we sort of leave our traditional ethics at home when we're in a car. And you cite this polling about the impact we have on others from smoking a cigarette as opposed to the impact we have on others based upon the emissions from some of us don't have a gas-powered car, but for those who do have gas-powered cars, share that story with us too, if you would.
Sure, that's the research of Dr. Ian Walker, who has been looking into what they call motonormativity, which is sort of the idea that because we're surrounded by cars all the time and that's just the world we live in, we just think that's normal. And so he asked people a series of questions in which he replaced car things with other things that were comparable. So one of the questions was, do you think it's acceptable for you to smoke a cigarette and have your cigarette fumes be impacting other people, be breathed in by other people? Only 17% of people agree with that statement. But if you change it, do you think that people should have to breathe in the fumes from your automobile? It goes up to something like 70% of people think that's okay. And you really have to ask yourself, why are we so car-brained that we can't see how antisocial it is to be belching out fumes into people's faces?
Well, I have an answer to that. You're the experts. My answer is there was a spectacular public education campaign done around cigarettes and smoking, and there's virtually nothing. I mean, you guys are leading the charge. Virtually nothing on the car front. I mean, first, I met Ralph Nader decades ago when he wrote Unsafe at Any Speed, and you would think, this is mostly about the Corvair, which I owned at the time, by the way, you would think this would be the cautionary tale in the beginning of this public education campaign, but Doug, it didn't do that. It didn't have its staying power in the same way that the anti-smoking thing did, right?
And the other thing is, and we talk about it in the book, is that cigarettes are seen as a luxury. They're not seen as necessary,
That's a good point,
right? So people do need to drive. They do need to get to work or wherever they're going, and there isn't, in many places in the U.S., a suitable replacement for that. There are suitable replacements for smoking, just not smoking, for example. So, I think that's part of the issue that we're trying to bring up in the book, is that this is such a culturally ingrained thing that changing it is challenging.
Well, when you say a suitable replacement, they're not smoking. An anonymous texter, I was going to get to this in a minute, but it's apropos of a suitable replacement. We're in the middle of the biggest travel week of the year, and this evening thousands, actually far more than thousands, will be stewing in gridlock on the Mass Pike and other highways. What's the vision for holiday travel, Doug or Sarah, and a life after cars? Doug, you first.
I mean, frequent trains and inexpensive trains. My family is coming up to join us. I'm from Andover. We're going to see my mom mom, and my wife and my kids are coming, and I think the train was something like $700 for all three of them. Meanwhile, flying is a lot cheaper. So renting a car or driving, if we owned one, would be a lot easier, if not more frustrating. So I think we need much more frequent transit and public commuter routes and long distance passenger trains. That would be my biggest number one thing.
Yeah, but Sarah, on that note, Marjorie and I are both big train people. Marjorie just visited her son.
On
Can I say this?
on the new Amtrak,
Yeah.
it was really nice.
But we are in a, we'll talk in a minute. You did a great podcast about the war on cars, I think was the title of it, about Trump. Maybe it wasn't a war, but long before Trump, there was very little support for things like Doug was talking about. For example, we've discussed on the show about 1 million times. I was in France 35 years ago on high-speed rail. 35 years later, we don't have high-speed rail in the United States. So it's not just Trump, it's our governments in general, but do absolutely nothing to advance the cause, right?
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, as you say, they've actively starved Amtrak of funding for generations now. I mean, that is not just a Trump thing. And I think you can look to the fossil fuel lobby and the automobile lobby as being probably some of the reasons that these politicians don't want to bite the hand that feeds them, right? And they don't want to create a public transportation system that's reliable and safe and frequent. And, what's really interesting is that even so, there are advocates and politicians all over this country who are fighting really hard for these things because they do see them in other countries, and they realize that in the wealthiest nation in the world, there is absolutely no reason that people can't have dignified, frequent, fast, affordable public transportation. There's absolutely no reason for it except that the money is going to the wrong places, and often it's just staying in the pockets of the billionaires.
Can I say one follow-up to that, though, Sarah, is we have a mayor in the city who actually has been trying. She's bucking the trend. Mayor Wu, in terms of bike lanes, things like that. The only issue that her competitor briefly raised that resonated with the voters was too many bike lanes too quickly. And number two, she initiated free buses on several lines here. And there are tons of complaints by transit advocates now that so many people are using the free buses that they're slower than any other form of transportation. So, I mean, well, Doug, you're not, what do you do if you're Michelle Wu? We'll ask her next month. But what do you do in that
I think the proof is in the fact that she just got reelected. So her competitor did bring up bike lanes as an issue, and she won. I mean, someone joked it was like she put up Assad numbers, right? She won with like 90% of the vote or whatever.
49% margin.
It was huge.
It was, yeah.
So it kind of proves that like bike lanes are a really good wedge issue. They get a lot of clicks. They get a lot of tabloid coverage. But when you really talk to people and you see the proof out there, people like them. I think on the buses issue, the answer there, whether it's free or not, is give the bus its own dedicated lane and speed it up so it's not stuck in traffic with everybody else.
Talking to the authors of a wonderful book called Life After Cars.
So what is the 15-minute city?
The 15-minute city is a concept that basically says that within 15-minute walking or biking from your home, you should be able to get most of the things that you need in life. Groceries, medical care, education, entertainment, social life, restaurants, and so forth. I happen to live in a part of New York City that fits this description perfectly, and it's wonderful. What's interesting is that there's been a lot of backlash to the idea of the 15-minute city, where these right-wing conspiracy theorists have said, oh, this is the left's way. They want to confine us to 15-minute areas and we won't be able to leave them. Of course, that's not at all what the concept is about. It's about planning a city in such a way that you can live a really rich, full life without having to schlep long distances to get the things you need and want. And the market will tell you that people want this kind of community because those are some of the most expensive communities in this country to live in. And we believe that everybody should be able to live in communities with those kinds of amenities within close range. And it shouldn't just be for the wealthy and privileged who can live in the few neighborhoods in the United States that fit that description.
You know, I am your worst nightmare because my car is parked across the street at the hotel.
Well, so is mine.
If I could drive to the hotel across the street, I'm not proud of it.
I don't validate parking.
So. Having said that, Doug, about 20 years ago, I was in Belgium. And I know you wrote about Ghent, but I was in a place called Bruges. And when I heard, my kids were young then, when I heard you had to park on the outskirts of the city and you had to take a what are those little trolleys called? What are they called? It begins with a T.
I don't know.
Those
Trams?
Like a tram.
Trams?
Yeah.
Trams, yeah, little tram. I was saying, this is going to be a nightmare. It was one of the greatest experiences I ever had. Is that kind of thing replicable in major cities, or is that a modest city only kind of deal?
I think, so Ghent that we talk about in the book is 260,000 population, give or take. If you break cities up into smaller chunks, then yes, it totally is. I mean, I live in New York. I used to live in Boston. It's rare for someone to travel from like one side of Boston to the other side of Boston every day. Our lives are generally pretty small. Even in sprawled out suburban places, most people barely travel more than 3 miles every day for most of their trips. So I think, with the right leadership, with the right transit investments, in Ghent, they just changed the direction of some streets and they made driving a little more inconvenient than walking or taking a bike or a bus. And that's sort of how you get there. Boston just has great bones in that sense, and you could do a lot with it.
We only have a little bit more than a minute left, but we have this romantic vision of the Americans and their cars, and they get on the highway and they blast out of town and they drive across the country. How do you deal with that romance?
What we say is that if you love driving, you should be all in on the war on cars and life after cars, because the best thing you could do if you just love the weekend road trip or want to get out camping or like tonight, want to get home on time for Thanksgiving, is everybody else should take public transportation or ride a bike or take a bus or whatever it is. And I feel like, some of our biggest fans of the show, our biggest enthusiasts, are car enthusiasts who love tinkering on the car in their garage. So this is, cars ruin everything. They ruin everything, including for drivers, I would say. Like, what's the worst thing? Like,
do you have a car?
I do not. I haven't had a
do you
car
have
in
a
about
car,
30
Sarah?
years.
No, sir.
How long have you not had a car?
I haven't had a car since 2006.
Can I bet you both live in Brooklyn? Is
They
that
live
a fair
in
guess?
New York City.
I do, and one of the ways that I learned I didn't want to be car dependent was to live in rural Maine for 4 years.
Yikes.
And to deal with the expense and the danger of that. It was not great.
And I grew up on a cul-de-sac in Andover, Massachusetts, and attempted to bike to school once, and that was the end of that story. So, yeah, I've experienced it, and that's why I like living where I live.
By the way, the last thing we should say about the book, this is not just a rhetorical thing. You guys, in a fun way, really supply the facts to make your arguments pretty powerful.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
So thanks. It's
Thank
a really
you so
great
much.
read.
Yeah, no, and you'll also learn a lot in a fun way, too.
Podcast is great, too. We listened
Thank
last
you.
night.
Yeah,
It's fun.
congratulations on both the book
Thank
and
you
the
both.
podcast. Thank you both for joining us.
For having us.
We've been speaking with Doug Gordon and Sarah Goodyear, hosts of the Goodyear. Heard of those tires?
We talk about it in the book.
The answer's in the book.
Yeah,
The
we know
answer's
that.
in the book.
We know.
Okay. Host of the War on Cars podcast. Their new book out now is called Life After Cars, Freeing Ourselves from the Tyranny of the Automobile. Coming up after this quick break, a visit from Mrs. Grinchley herself. Playwright, head orphan at the Gold Dust Orphans, Ryan Landry joins us for a preview of this year's holiday extravaganza. He's Jim Browdy, I'm Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH, live at the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
When you call 911, you can't choose which ambulance company responds. Most times, they're out of network, which leaves people thousands of dollars in debt and even lands them in court.
It's the one area where consumers in an emergency literally have no protection whatsoever.
They can't afford to pay these bills. It's just not a possibility for them.
I'm Liz Niesloss. You can read the rest of that story online at gbhnews.org.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And UMass Lowell, ranked /1 best value public university in Massachusetts by the Wall Street Journal and U.S. News and World Report. Learn more at uml.edu/rankings.
And the Paul Winter Consort, presenting their Winter Solstice celebration, featuring vocalist Teresa Thomason, December 6th at 7:30 at the Great Hall in Needham. More at solsticeconcert.com.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We're off the rest of the week. We hope you are too. We're back on Monday. Here with us at the library desk, it's painter, playwright, tomato can influencer, or whatever it was, chief executive orphan at the Gold Dust Orphans. That'd be Ryan Landry. In just 3 days, exactly, the Orphans premiere their new holiday show called Sweeney Claus, the Demon Father of Sleet Street. We sort of star in it too, sort of. For more information and tickets, go to thegolddustorphans.com. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, hello, you happy little elves, and your Christmas is almost upon us.
That's right. We are happy little elves, absolutely. So tell people what they're going to see if they go to see your performance
Well,
this Friday.
I can't tell them exactly what they're going to
hints.
see because that'll blow the whole thing. I will say that Marjorie does kill Jim. She slits his throat.
That'll build the audience
slits his
big time.
throat with a straight razor. She's then sent up the river.
Yeah.
She's going to become one of those hardened criminals. She's going to cut her hair into a mullet and be a real tough broad.
That's right. You know, I've noticed that we've been thrilled and lucky enough to be part of the show for the last few years, but there is a repeated theme.
Oh, you think so?
You seem to have captured the whole zeitgeist of the show here. So this year I actually kill him. In previous years I've threatened to kill him. I mean, is there?
Yeah, this year it's time to kill him. It's time to kill him.
Beautiful.
Well, it's because you ask him to sing a carol, and he refuses because he wants to sing Beyonce.
That's right. That's right.
Now, we should say, for those who are like, their thrill level is going through the roof, we are not physically in the play.
No, we're puppets.
Thank goodness.
What are they called?
That's
Dummies?
right.
What are those things?
In your case, dummies. Marjorie would be a puppet.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine.
Thank
and
you,
it's
Ryan.
it is our real voices. It's not an AI kind of thing. You know what's troubling to me?
What's troubling to you,
I want to be
James?
nice about this because you guys it's huge fun. We go with our whole staff every year. We're going this year too. Huge fun. I look and you are promoting, there's this woman that some people may have heard of, Parker Posey.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you are promoting that she's coming to the show for a couple of days.
Sure, it sells tickets.
And there's this little
No
tiny
kidding.
promotion that Jim and Marjorie are also in the show. Little tiny kind of thing. And then I go to the website, and lo and behold, one of the Parker Posey performances is sold out, and ours is not. What would you say? What conclusion would you draw from that?
Well, I would say that when you go to a record store, there's such a thing as the cutout bin. You know, I want to just mention one thing, if
Please.
I might. And it's just to mention, I was rifling through my frozen food section at my local Stop and Shop the other day looking for a discount turkey, and what to my wandering eyes should appear?
What?
But a turkey that looked exactly like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Exactly. Now, of course, once I
Is that my
turned...
question? I can't remember.
Once I turned it around to face me, I looked like any normal turkey, but from the backside,
this is not gonna be
exactly
good.
like Marjorie Taylor.
From the backside.
That's right. She's got a turkey backside.
She is a turkey
Yeah,
backside.
we should.
I hope there's not a
Parker
punchline.
Posey, though, we should say she was a big star
She's
in White
huge.
Lotus. She was
Best
a big
in
star
Show.
in Best in
Marjorie
Show.
Taylor Greene?
No,
Oh,
not
Parker.
her. Parker.
Why is
Posey.
she coming here? You're good buddies, you two. Is
Because
that
we're
it?
good friends, and
Yeah.
Jennifer Coolidge is coming.
She
and
is?
you- And you're coming.
Yeah.
You got a star-studded
And so
cast
people are,
there.
yeah, people are coming.
Yeah.
Are you? I mean,
How'd you
one
get-
of the. What? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how'd you get to know Parker Posey?
She came to my show, Showgirls in Provincetown, and I heard she'd like to have a drink or two, and so I do too.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the evening, she had drunk me under the table. I was literally under the table. But she was still sitting.
Marjorie
straight
and I
up.
were talking about your work today, and we both fear, this is a serious comment for a second, that we don't leave people with the impression about how stunningly talented
Oh my
all
God,
the
they're
players
great.
in the Gold Dust Orphans
great.
are. Who are these
It's like
people?
Broadway.
I mean, who are these players that spend
many
a couple of months a year with you?
Many of them, we're all kind of misfits, like an island of misfit toys.
true.
But instead of sitting around crying, boo-hooing about our lot in life, instead we let our freak flag fly, and we just get out there and show them all we got, and the people leap to their feet.
Yeah, but it is like a Broadway production. I mean, everybody sings, everybody dances, everybody acts. It's a really
Some people get their throat slit.
Some
Same
people
kind
get
of
their
thing.
throat slits, yeah. But it's a very, very impressive cast. I mean, this is not like going to some half-baked kind of performance.
No.
These are total professionals.
Well, when you see Jim vomit on himself, because he takes an overdose of melatonin.
Oh, he does? Yeah. Oh, okay. People cheer during those scenes.
No, it's really sad.
Jim getting his throat slit and stuff.
What do you think it says about you that you get off on the fact that I get either brutalized or executed in every play?
Jim, we know that inside you're just a little pussycat.
That's right. Little pussycat. So,
are you nervous, by the way? We know you, but don't really know you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I don't.
If you're going to talk about the one time we slept together, James.
I was speaking about both of us.
It was spectacular, Jim has told me.
Are you nervous? The thing opens in 3 days. Are you nervous?
Not a stitch.
Why?
I'm happy because I know how great the show is going to be. It's going to be a huge hit. We've already sold 4,000 tickets.
Well, give people an idea of some of the titles for your shows in recent years.
He won't remember.
To give a sense of what we're talking about
next year,
here.
We're thinking of doing North by North Pole.
North by North Pole.
And
okay.
we did, and our version of Cat in the Hot Tin Roof was called Pussy on the House.
Oh my God.
And shall I go on?
No, you shouldn't. By the way, don't you allow the audience to vote on what the next play is going to be called? You do.
Because it's for them. I mean, they paid for the ticket. They should have a say in what we're doing.
And it's also in a great location. I mean, you're really close to the stage. Even if you're in the back row, you're still close to the stage.
It's great.
There's a great, have a couple of cocktails there before the show begins, and again, an intermission. So you can really have a rollicking time there in South Boston.
But Marjorie, please don't pass out this year like you did last year.
I know. It was Jim's fault.
By the way,
It's
interesting and appropriate adjective to describe the crowd. We've been many times.
Yeah.
It is an interesting, rather odd assemblage of people.
It's really strange because you'll get local politicians, bikers. You'll just get some of the craziest mix of people, dental hygienists mixed with, longshoremen. I don't know. Everyone comes.
Dental hygienists and longshoremen, history
My
is...
niece and nephew have come up from East Bridgewater every year for years to come see your play.
We've seen Paul's there.
Yep.
We've seen a lot. So do you have anything else you want to say before your time is up, or what?
I just wanted to say thank you to all the people that come every year. It means a lot. It's now a family tradition for hundreds of people. People fly in from all over the country to see the show.
By the way, should we say what date we are going?
Yes, you're coming.
We're going the 18th.
December 18th.
The 18th.
December 18th.
And if you would like to say hello to Marjorie, I know no one wants to talk to me. If you want to say hi to Marjorie, we and our whole team, plus Jared and our colleagues, will be there on the 18th. Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you, the great Ryan Landry.
Ryan Landry, thank you
we have
very
to say
much.
how you get tickets.
Oh, yes.
I did already.
You go to a place called Ticket Tailor. Sewing Tailor.
How about the Gold Dust
Orphans?
Oh, you can go there too. Yeah,
that's easier.
Easy to remember. The golddustorphans.com. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan Landry.
Goodbye,
Speaking with playwright Ryan Landry, his show Sweeney Claus, the Demon Father of Fleet Street premieres this Saturday. Is it this Saturday or this Friday? Okay, at the Iron Will Theater in South Boston. The golddustorphans.com. If you want to get tickets to a really good show after the 1 o'clock news, going to be joined by Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. She's next. This is Boston Public Radio live at the library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Join GBH for a special liquid chocolate tasting event. Gain exclusive on-demand access to this 1-hour experience as you taste liquid chocolate from around the world. Sign up at gbh.org/events.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Minus 33 Merino Wool in Ashland, New Hampshire. Since 1916, makers of all-natural merino wool underwear, outerwear, and New Hampshire-made socks. Their merino wool clothing and accessories are available at minus33.com. And Bartlett Tree Experts, a scientific tree care company providing species-specific care for trees and shrubs for over 118 years. More at bartlett.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 3 of BPR, live from the Boston Public Library. We'll talk with Globe business columnist Shirley Leung on a holiday squeeze. New data shows most Americans are planning to cut back on spending for the first time since the pandemic. And if buying your son a basketball with his name emblazoned on it for Christmas will keep him from losing it. Plus, the World Cup is coming to Boston Will we be ready, and should we spend even $1 in taxpayer money to get there?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Closing our Wednesday, it's a Thanksgiving potpourri. What's reasonable attire for the Thanksgiving dinner table? Elastic waistbands are encouraged, correct? And what do you do if you don't have a meat thermometer on Thanksgiving Day? And why is it that all the laws in Massachusetts still prevent us from buying alcohol on holidays? Call us 877-301-8970. That's next, BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. A Superior Court judge has dismissed the election interference criminal case in Georgia against President Trump and allies at the request of the special prosecutor. From member station WABE in Atlanta, Alex Helmick reports.
Prosecutor Pete Skandalakis took over the massive RICO case that involved 14 others earlier this month after Fulton County DA Fani Willis was removed. In a statement, Skandalakis said he decided not to pursue the case against the president in the interest of justice. It was unlikely that legal action against Trump could have moved forward while he's president. The case stemmed from Trump narrowly losing Georgia to President Joe Biden in 2020, launching a series of events, including Trump's phone call to state officials looking for 11,780 votes. Trump's attorney said the case should never have been brought. For NPR News, I'm Alex Helmick in Atlanta.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly was on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night as he continues to publicly rebuke the Pentagon's investigation into him and other congressional Democrats. President Trump accused them of being traitors for telling U.S. service members in an online video they are not obligated by law to follow illegal orders. All the lawmakers have either military or intelligence backgrounds. In addition to Kelly, the FBI has been contacting other Democrats, including Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan.
The minute I saw the president said they should be hanged, and in effect, I knew that our security situation was going to change precipitously. Obviously, I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about my staff. You know, I've served 3 tours in Iraq. I've done dangerous things. I signed up for this, but my family didn't.
Trump has said he does not want the lawmakers executed, but wants them held accountable for undermining his authority as commander-in-chief. The president has updated his original 28-point plan to end the war in Ukraine. NPR's Frank Ordonez reports Trump says there are now only a few remaining points of disagreement.
President Trump says he's dispatching his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to Moscow to meet with President Putin, while sending Army Secretary Dan Driscoll to meet with the Ukrainians to work out the final details. It's just the latest iteration of yo-yoing proposal that Trump has presented as he tries to cement his peacemaking legacy. Ivo Dalder, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO, says all Trump wants is a deal.
He doesn't care what the terms of the deal are. He just wants it to end and to be seen as the person who ended it.
But Dalder says the problem is that while the U.S. agreed to plans with both Russia and Ukraine have not reached an agreement on any plans with each other. Franco Ordonez, NPR News.
The Dow is up 442 points. This is NPR.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Framingham City Council has requested a meeting with state officials to talk about the ongoing renovations of MCI Framingham, months after they said they were blindsided by news of those plans. The Metro West Daily News reports that councilors are expecting to meet with 2 representatives from Governor Maura Healey's office. The prison, which is the country's oldest continuously operating prison for women, is undergoing renovations that are expected to cost about $360 million. Massachusetts Representative Ayanna Pressley has been wondering out loud why black women are seeing their unemployment rise faster than most other groups. The AP reports Pressley posed the question to a packed room at a library in downtown Boston on Monday. She referenced information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that says the unemployment rate for black women increased from 6.7% to 7.5% between August and September of this year, which compares to a 3.2% to 3.4% increase for white women over the same period. More recent data is not available due to the government shutdown. Replies to Pressley from policymakers, academics, business owners, and community organizers who were in the library on Monday included the tough economic headwinds facing black women could indicate a troubling shift for the economy as a whole. In sports, the Celtics host the Pistons at the Garden. It's a 5 p.m. start today. The Bruins in New York for a game against the Islanders. It is 60 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. As a fiduciary, Fisher Investments is obligated to act in their client's best interest. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We are off tomorrow and Friday, so this is our last hour of the week, Jim.
That's really incredible.
I know, it's kind of exciting.
Incredible.
It's kind of exciting. No homework for us tonight.
That's good. We're now joined live. That is good. Live at the library desk by Shirley Leung. Shirley is a Globe business columnist and host of the Say More podcast. Hello, Shirley. How are you?
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie.
Hey there.
So you guys hosted a big soiree at the Globe event with all these famous people. I hear you were the star of the whole event.
No.
Give us the postmortem. How did it go? What were the highlights?
So last time I was on, I was on with Nancy Barnes. Jim wasn't here.
I heard part of it.
He didn't get any of the swag. I got the swag.
Oh, that's right. Wait, I brought you swag. Did you save him swag?
Nothing.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. She
Next
brought
year.
you more
Thank
swag.
You. I appreciate it.
Anyways,
Here's my Boston Globe
one of the things.
bag.
This is, Globe Summit is a 2-day event that we held in person at the House of Blues. And we've been doing Globe Summit, I think we started in the pandemic. Maybe this is the 5th year.
Yep.
But this is the first year, our kind of our biggest and most ambitious event, where instead of doing all our panels online, we did them all in person and online. I think there were like, I don't know, almost 30 panels, and a lot of speakers, a lot of Globe moderators, and a lot of newspapers and magazines are doing this. We're bringing our journalism to life, on stage, kind of curating conversations, and so it was great.
You were one of the organizers of this deal, too.
I was one of the newsroom organizers. We had a huge team organizing this, and so, but I was the newsroom lead, and it was really, really, it blew my mind away. I was really nervous, first of all. I wasn't sure what to expect. It's the first time we sold tickets. I wasn't sure if anybody would show up. And I think over 2 days we had 700 people in person.
That's great. That's great.
An average about 300, more than 300 people. 300 people per day, and then we had like 4,000 people joining online.
That's great.
So it was great.
That's great. Congratulations.
And, so it was great. It was a real buzz, real energy. And one thing that I was struck by, there was a little disappointment.
What was that?
People were like, we wanted more Globe journalists. We didn't just want to see them on stage. We wanted to meet more of them in person. We wanted to hear more about your journalism.
Okay.
And I was like, really? I was like, wow.
Okay, let me give you my 2 seconds on this.
Yeah.
One of the big things newspapers don't do is they don't make their reporters available enough to people, because I worked for newspapers forever.
Yeah.
I wrote a column.
Right.
Who the hell was I? The moment I came on the TV show or the radio, everything changed, because you're much closer to people, particularly on the radio, and you're distant from people.
They hear your voice
in the newspaper. They don't
right.
know who you are. They don't know your story. We hide ourselves as reporters, which I think is a mistake.
And we spent so much time trying to book external headliners, and little did we know, we're like, wow, they wanted more of us. And of course, that's much easier for us to book, right? To get more of our stars.
Or especially like people that who are these spotlight people that do all these investigations?
Right.
Who are they? I'd love to see. You know what I mean?
People want to know the people whose work they admire, whatever it is.
The bylines.
There's no question.
And people were saying that, like, there's so many new bylines at the Globe.
Yeah.
They wanted to come to meet them.
Okay,
this is great.
I don't want to talk about the Globe people, even though I totally agree with that. I want to talk about non-Globe people for a second. You did the interview with the superstar Ben from Ben & Jerry's. Is this like a Simon and Garfunkel thing where Ben and Jerry don't talk to each other? I've never seen Ben and Jerry together. Do they? What's their relationship like?
Well, Ben is more is the extrovert, right? And Jerry is more the introvert.
But do they get along?
They do. They do get along. Yeah, no. If you Google it, you'll see them. They're at protests together. They do get along. But Jerry is much more. Jerry's very sensitive, and Ben is more like his emotional support person.
Oh, that's great. Actually, I like that.
That's good.
Okay, here's the other thing. This is one of my favorite parts. This sound. Here's Governor Healy at the Globe Summit last week getting grilled by a Celtics executive who happens to to be Allison Feaster. Here it is.
We obviously both played basketball at Harvard. We both played for the most storied, most successful, most winningest coach in Ivy League history, Kathy Delaney Smith. You know, she's spent a lot of time invested in amazing women. Imagine the amount of women coming out of the program. And she says that the most difficult player she's ever coached is, guess who?
It's not true. I mean, how can that be true?
And by the way, she was in the audience, right?
I didn't know
The
until
coach.
later. Yeah. So,
great.
so this was one of our segments we called Boston on Boston, where we have two icons interview each other. And so we had Allison Feaster from the Celtics, also former WNBA star, also former Harvard star, interview Governor Healy and who also played at Harvard and played professionally
And pro
as well.
ball, right?
Yeah, and talking about leadership and being basketball stars, and of course, Healy had to do a basketball trick and spin, the basketball.
She's really good at that. Keeps it up
It
forever.
was actually really impressive. She's sitting on a couch, legs crossed, in heels. Allison gives her a ball. This was I think a women-owned, a company that makes these special balls for women basketball players, and they're just did it right there.
I love it.
Well,
No
actually,
practice.
Then that requires me to tell a story Marjorie's heard 1,000 times.
I have.
Maura Healey is running for Attorney General. I'd never met her. I just knew that she'd been a basketball player. She's on my show at NECN, which nobody watched, but I did the show nevertheless. In the middle of this interview, live interview, I say, I hear you can spin a ball on your finger for a long period of time. Is that true? I said, yep. I reach under the desk, throw her the ball.
No!
She had no idea. She starts spinning it on her finger. We're about to go to a commercial. I said, we got to go to a commercial. She says, again, I'm like, want me to keep doing it during the commercial?
Wow.
We do the commercial, we come back, and the damn thing is still spinning.
Wow.
Last thing about this, and then we'll move on. One of the great videos, which you can Google, and I
Yes,
forget the
that's
guy's
right,
name.
running for office.
He used to be in the
Yes,
Celtics
yeah.
when she was, I think, Attorney General still. She has a former Celtic who's changed his name to Freedom. I'll think of his name. I think he's from Yugoslavia. He's a real freedom fighter kind of guy. He's 7 feet tall. And there's video of her in her office, all 5'4" of her, spinning the ball on her finger, trying to show a 7 foot tall professional basketball player how to do it. And he can't do it.
Well,
it is one of the great images
Well,
ever.
so during our prep call with Allison
Ennis Cantor Freedom, thanks. I had him on TV a bunch of times.
So
He's
during
great.
our prep call with Allison Feaster and Maura Healey's office, what we were supposed to do was both of them were supposed to spin the balls and contest. But guess what?
What?
Only Maura did it.
That is incredible.
So I bet Allison was a little worried about her ability to spin the ball on demand.
Okay, why was she so difficult to coach? So
then I went, and then afterwards, Maura Healey and Allison Feaster went. Maura was supposed to. The governor was supposed to leave right away, but she waded into the audience, and there was their coach, Kathy Delaney Smith. She's retired. I think she was at Harvard for 40 years.
She's a real
And so
big
I
deal.
went up to her and I said, "Is it true? Was she the most
great.
difficult player?" She's like, "No, it's not true. That's just Allison and her banter."
Oh.
No. I mean, I think they did have their disagreements, Maura Healey and the coach, but she was not the most difficult player that she's coached.
We're
so.
talking to Shirley, and congratulations to Linda Henry, you, and all the people at the Globe worked on it. Stay in sports for a minute. World Cup is coming to the Americas next year. Canada, Mexico, the United States, including what used to be called Gillette Stadium. It'll be called Boston Stadium if the things ever happen and Trump doesn't move them. There's a real financing problem you've been writing about. They need a lot of money to do this the way they want to do it, including having fan fest things where people who can't afford the tickets go watch on big screens.
Right.
What's the status of this?
So World Cup is coming next June. It's Boston is host to 7 games. And it was actually really surprising. It's been actually very hard to raise money for this. So $100 million pays for, half of it is actually, the federal government is actually stepping up for security. And then another $50 million needs to come from local, has to be raised locally. They're not going to get any money from FIFA, the soccer organizations that's putting this World Cup together. The local cities have to raise their own money, and it's been really slow going. I think right now the organizers only have about $20 million, and basically that $20 million covers some of the stadium. I don't, improvements is not the right word, but they have to make some adjustments, or they have to kind of redo the stadium to meet FIFA requirements to host World Cup games. And so it's been really hard to get corporate money. They've got 20 million, but they still need 30 million to go. They were hoping to get 20 million from the state. They got 10 million from the state, and so they still got. It's almost like, less than 6 months ago, or maybe 6 months ago?
We criticize the legislature all the time. I have to give it to Karen Spilka, the Senate president. She's quoted, I think, from a Channel 5 interview,
Yes.
I'm not sure, in which she says something like, I want to know that any dollar we spend benefits the state. That's what our job is. It's not to fund private kind of events. And I'm curious, you posited that one of the reasons the private sector is having so much trouble or so unwilling to come up with money is because it's the 250th anniversary.
Yes.
Obviously, the 4th of July with Keith, who's going to be with us next week, I think, Keith Lockhart, head of this
Yeah,
Christmas
there's a lot of
box.
state money
So
going
there's
there,
a lot of
corporate dollars going there.
So, and also, one thing you didn't mention, I would argue there's still some hangover from the failed Boston 2024 when the organizers could never answer the question, is there a cap to how much taxpayers may have to spend? Because while you say, and I know they say, they need 100 million, what happens when it becomes 110? And they say we've already spent 90 million. If we don't raise another 20, it's not going to happen.
Right.
I mean, that's, I think, a fear.
No, I think you're right. I think there is a hangover from the Olympics. So I was just joking with my editor this morning. It's like, wow, we're really struggling to host 7 games, right, of World Cup.
I know.
And imagine if we had to do 21 days of the Olympics. But the reason why
That's a very good point.
right?
by
But
the
the
way.
reason why what the local organizers are saying is that, listen, it's going to bring in lots of people from around the world to Boston. It's going to bring in a lot of money. I think, is it 2 million visitors or something like that?
Yeah,
A
that's
lot
right,
of dollars spent at hotels and restaurants. So it's an investment on part of the state. But I think ultimately they landed in a good place in that, the state will give $10 million, but for every dollar from the state, they need a dollar from the private sector.
I
So
think that's
now
good,
it tells
too.
the private sector, you need to step up. So it gives them, so hopefully this will bring in 20 million, 10 from the state, 10 from the private sector. But I think they're going to need more money than that. I mean, 100 million, I think, is kind of the bare minimum they need to put on, how do I say this? Not an embarrassing fan fest, I mean, fan fest is where they have, big screens, it's parties, they're going to have, one of the locations is maybe Lawn O&D, maybe that will be the kind of central hub for the fan fest, and then there will be lots of other parties.
But time's running. I mean, this is
I know,
really right around the corner.
Around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is.
You've done good reporting. Another thing you're reporting on is liquor license.
Oh,
things.
yeah. This is a wild story about a woman that used to be a big deal at this Prince Lobel and Ty, which is quite a famous law firm locally.
It is.
It's been accused of forging liquor licenses for 3 different clients.
Right.
What's the story here?
So we've been writing about her, I think. We've been writing about her since, I'm mixing all my years, I think since last year. But Leslie Hawkins, she's the former general counsel for the Boston Licensing Commission, and she was accused last year of forging a license for one restaurant, Craft Food Halls in Alston. And then during her arraignment, it turns out that there were actually 2 more other establishments that she was the lawyer for, and she also is accused of forging the licenses for the Boston Park Plaza Hotel, their liquor license, and also another restaurant in the Seaport.
So
called
they
Zanzibar.
paid her the money and she'd forged licenses?
No.
How does it work? So how does it work?
No, she was transferring licenses, and it wasn't like they paid her to make up a license from thin air. It was I'm paying you to transfer a license. And she said the license went through, but it hadn't gone through yet. It was still being perhaps at the state. The state was still reviewing. So she kind of jumped the gun. Like they were probably, it sounded like the license had already been approved at the city level, and they were just waiting for state approval. So she just kind of, skipped a step. Well, that's the big question. Why?
There's not money to be made doing that?
It doesn't, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't know if she personally made any money. Prince LaBelle, her law firm, did do an investigation. They didn't think any of her clients were in on it. They think that she acted alone, but we'll see what happens.
Well, they fired her.
They did fire her because she forged licenses. She broke the law.
Yeah.
They haven't been issued. I mean, they had whatever. Your questions are legitimate questions. I assume will be answered at trial. But the bottom line is she hadn't gone through the proper process.
Right.
She told her clients they had legitimate license.
But it just seems like a huge risk to take.
It is, right.
And you think, what would be the motive to take such a risk and get? What are you looking at me for?
Oh, it's such a risk to not pay. I don't know. To lie to the bank about your assets and have different assets on your tax returns. Oh, that was Donald Trump.
Well, no, but I'm talking. That's why I'm asking. Well, I know, but usually there's a motive for breaking the law, and usually it's about
money.
Know
yet. Yeah, we don't know yet.
Let me just say one other thing that hasn't been addressed, but I assume you've thought about it. She was in a much more powerful position in her past job before Prince LaBelle.
Right.
She was the general counsel of the damn commission. I assume people have looked into whether or not she messed with the books when she was there.
I've been asking that question too, but I don't know. I don't know the answer yet. I mean, because it's all there's a pending lawsuit, so it's hard to get information about what happened.
Okay, so the thing we really want to talk about is your
children.
Kids.
Absolutely.
So the way we're going to do that to pretend that we really care about the issues is we're going to talk for about 30 seconds about how Black Friday is not what Black Friday used to be. And it's pretty obvious why it isn't. Because of online stuff, they start advertising weeks in advance. One of our best shows ever. I hope you remember this.
Oh my God!
We would do Black Friday shows, and we would. I can't believe we worked on Friday after Thanksgiving. But we used to.
We did.
You did.
We would have people. We were really when we were at the commercial radio station. We were like little gnats.
That's right. We worked on Saturday.
We did.
Wow. Oh my God! I had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
We would have people calling on their cell phones on their lines from waiting in line.
They were intense.
And they'd say, someone just got beaten up 10 feet from me. These used to be...
They were outside Best Buy.
Some people died.
In the cold, because it used to be colder then.
Yes,
and they'd be there all night long, and people would be, they would fight over the placements. Yeah, they were waiting to open the door to get the best deal on the widescreen TV or something like that. And then we have this incredible story about this woman.
Best story ever.
That we thought tragically, things got so vicious that she was trampled on the way to buy this discounted DVD, which nobody really uses anymore. But she's trampled on the way to get the DVD at Walmart.
And people are huge sympathy.
People are beside themselves.
It's horrible what happened to her.
Then it turns out she was trampled at many other places.
Speaking of scams, she would go into a store with her sister.
She said her sister testified. She said we could see the prints, like elephant prints on her back, and she was little, and she was stuck under all these people that weighed 400 pounds, and it was all a scam.
Okay, so we digress there. Is the reason, is in addition to the fact that there are many more options and Black Friday is advanced by most retailers, is it also because the economy is a mess, despite what Donald Trump is saying?
Well, I think it's been a number of years now where Black Friday it's not what it used to be. And I think especially this year, because Thanksgiving fell so late, right? And so a lot of the Black Friday sales already started.
Happened,
It's Black Friday week, Black Friday month. Can I share my own Black Friday story? Back when I was business editor, I don't know, like 15 years ago, we used to have a whole coverage plan, right? We used to have people at midnight at Best Buy.
Best Buy,
We had photographers.
Exactly.
We had people, working overnight. And now we don't cover it at all. It's not a big deal anymore.
Well, no one gets trampled. There was a guy who was actually trampled. Remember?
A guard was killed.
A guard. He tried to keep people from
right.
coming in, and they just mowed him right down.
Right. So anyway, but this year it is the economy. I mean, the forecasts are people are not going to be spending as much. I mean, think about what's all happened this year. There have been a lot of layoffs. There have been a government shutdown.
Yeah.
People are not getting paychecks. So I think a lot of people are nervous.
Do you know how bad it is, by the way? This story that's on CNN as we're speaking is really significant to me.
Oh, how much
Grocery
it's
prices,
gone up.
No, there's a consequence of that. Grocery prices are so out of control, despite what Trump says, that restaurant reservations for Thanksgiving are up 13%. Meaning that people are deciding, in many cases, that it's cheaper to go to a restaurant.
We had the guy to text us yesterday. His church does a big thing, Thanksgiving, and last year for 225 people. Last year it cost $1,000.
Yeah.
This year it cost $1,600. So the price had gone up dramatically for what they usually buy.
But I've also read stories that this year's Thanksgiving dinner is cheaper.
No, turkey is cheaper, not the dinners.
Not the
Turkey's
dinners?
The
down.
fixins.
Okay, all right.
It's the fixins that
let's
get you
to
in
your
the end.
kids. One of the things, you're fine talking about your kids.
Of course.
Okay.
I told them I might be
Now
talking about them.
we have two things we want to talk about. We want to talk about, obviously, about quarter zips in a second, but much more importantly,
quarter zips.
You spent $100 on a basketball.
Oh, yes.
Could you please share that with us?
This is about my 12-year-old.
Who's a really good basketball player.
He's a very good basketball player. He plays AAU. He plays town travel. He does it all. And
so your life is over, essentially.
Well, I did have my weekends in November, but no
That's
more.
good. No more.
No more. After this is my last free weekend until April.
Okay, let's get to the $100
I'll drive to
Anyway,
New Jersey.
Anyway, so when you're a serious basketball player, you buy a very expensive basketball.
Absolutely.
And usually you can get a basketball for like $20. And so a couple years ago, I got him a basketball called Baden, B-A-D-E-N.
Yeah.
So and that was a $75 basketball.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. That is crazy. And then you realize when you have a basketball player, they always lose their basketballs. So once a year, he loses his basketball. So that $75 Baden ball is gone. Is no more. So for Christmas, I said, okay, I'll buy you a new basketball. But he doesn't want Baden anymore. No. He wants Wilson Evolution.
Of course he does.
That's a $100 basketball.
Wow.
Well, he's going to lose that too.
He's going to lose that too. So that will be his Christmas present the following year.
Didn't you put his name on it though, or something?
Okay, so now I decided. Okay, so I bought the basketball early because now you can spend more money to customize it. So
It's worth it.
So I put his name on it. Evan, I put his name on it, and he got to customize it, and we ordered it November 1st, and so it's supposed to arrive sometime in December.
How much did the customization cost?
Well, okay, so because I bought it early, right? I got it. So instead of paying $130, I got to pay $100. So I got a good deal.
There you go. That's not bad.
But Aiden, one of your producers, had a really good idea.
What was it?
You need to put a phone number.
Phone
on
number.
in case you lose it.
That's right.
But then I thought, you know what? It's not enough to put a phone number. You know what you should do?
What?
I should say
reward.
A reward, exactly. I'm going to put a reward on it.
Yeah.
Be like, if you, I will give you a $20. I don't know if I should say $20 or. Do you think I should say $20?
Well, you know
Or
what?
I'll give you a reward.
My car got broken into about 10 years ago out in Boston Common, right around Christmas time, with all this stuff in it, and they stole my pocketbook with a notebook that really meant a lot to me, that kept notes in like a diary type thing for years and years and years. And then in it, I had my name, my phone number, and a $100 reward.
Really?
And somebody called me, and I had to drive to Charlestown, and
you got your notebook
back. I got
back.
my notebook back.
By the way, an anonymous texter asked a very good question that you or I should have asked. Why aren't you just using a Sharpie and writing his damn name and phone number on the basketball?
Well, it's nice to have.
Okay, fine.
Now
let's
nice.
move. Is this the same son who's into the quarter zips?
Yes, the same son. So
what's the deal with that?
So I was like, what else do you want for Christmas? He's like, I want a quarter zip. And I'm like,
how old is this kid? 12?
He's 12. He wears Nike hoodie sweatshirts. Okay, that's all he wears. And he's like, but Mom, everyone's wearing quarter zips now.
That's right.
And I'm like, I didn't want to
them.
tell him. I was like, that's like so 5 years ago. Like, why are we? I was like, whatever, because I'm so tired of the hoodies, So then he says, but you have to give me a nice brand, I was like, well, what is that? It's like, I want a Ralph Lauren quarter zip, And so last night, I was on Ralph Lauren
oh my God.
website ordering 2 quarter zips for him. But it was great. It was a great deal because what's good about being 12 is that he still wears boys' sizes.
That's right. You can sneak it in.
So it's much cheaper.
Okay, so here our colleagues found this. Per reporters of the New York Times, this quarter zip trend was sparked by a video from this TikTok user. Who is Jason? Here's some of the sound from Jason.
I'm a quarter zip dude now. Simple. I don't do that Nike type stuff what y'all little boys do. I can't do that. I'm elegant. I'm classy. For me, like I might even get a mantra. Like, I don't even like that grass stuff, but I feel classy, man.
He feels classy, man.
That's why. Because last year, do you know what I bought my son?
I don't want to know.
$100 Nike Tech sweatshirt.
Oh,
there you
and
go.
he's like, no more Nike Tech. I'm now into quarter zips. That's why. I was like, all the kids now, all the seventh
Who is
graders.
Jason is your problem.
Who is Jason?
Has he started with the Axe cologne yet?
Oh, no. That was last year's Christmas
That was
present.
last year.
Not Axe. They don't wear Axe.
Is Axe out?
I had to take him to Sephora. And Sephora has a giant men's cologne section. And I had to buy him Giorgio Armani.
Oh, Giorgio Armani. Okay.
The boys were...
Yeah. I used to be asphyxiated when I was on the third floor of a triple decker. Everybody below me was wearing the Axe cologne. You walk
Including
up
your son.
My son.
So,
the boys
Axe
downstairs, the whole basketball team.
Axe is so 20 years ago.
It's so 20 years ago.
It's all about,
By the way,
they actually wear real, cologne.
We're out of time, but Shirley has volunteered. Next week when she's on, she's going to explain in detail how you can get a second mortgage so you can afford to buy your kid a quarter zip, a basketball, and something at Sephora's.
Yeah, I
What
like
a
the quarter
mother.
zips. They're very nice.
My God.
They're very nice. I think so. Okay.
All right, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very
Nicole
much.
writes, I would get those free perfume strips from magazines, and my aunt would call it a day. That's pretty funny.
There you go. Okay, we have been speaking with Shirley Leung, business columnist of the Boston Globe and host of the Say
Thanks,
More
Shirley.
podcast.
Congratulations
yeah,
again on
I
the
want to
song.
mention,
It's
too,
great.
before I gave the wrong website for Ryan Landry, the Gold Dust Orphans, it's thegolddustorphans.org, not thegolddustorphans.com. Thank you to the texter for telling me that. Anyway, after a quick break, we're going to open the lines for one more Thanksgiving Day catch-all. Why is it still a law in Massachusetts that we cannot buy liquor on Thanksgiving or Christmas Day? Jim should think people should have to work on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. And what is your holiday dress code this year? Quarter zips, slacks, hoodies, elastic waistbands? Can you wear a hat at the dinner table on Thanksgiving? I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Listen to be immersed.
Some Salvadorian rum, some horchata.
Listen to be transported.
After a 3-hour flight, you land in Guantanamo.
Flight attendants prepare for arrival.
Listen to get perspective.
And if that's what mattered, what didn't matter? What was just noise?
Listen to All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Mass General Brigham Health Plan, providing helpful digital tools, world-class providers, and coverage that help you live in the moment. More at massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org. And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu.
Welcome back to Hour 3. Well, no, that was a few minutes ago. Still Hour 3. Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to spend the final 20-some minutes before Thanksgiving break, which means on Thanksgiving, which means two things. One, our team is pretty much thrown in the towel. This didn't take much creativity. At least they lasted longer than Jamie, who's been missing all week. Where the hell is Jamie, by the way?
I don't know, but you got a very nice
John
compliment.
just said stuck in the bathroom.
Stuck in the bathroom.
I got a very nice
Jill from Watertown,
What'd
Jim,
she say?
sent you a lovely, and since it's Thanksgiving, I'm going to read it.
Please.
She said, thousands loved you on Greater Boston.
Oh,
you
thanks.
did terrific interviews, one of the best
Oh, my
BS
God,
meters
enough.
ever. Heaven help the politicians who tried to BS
Wow,
you.
Jesus.
The show was never the same after you left. So glad you're continuing on BPR in spite of teasing Marjorie endlessly. Greater Boston with you at the helm was truly
Oh, my
great.
God. Jill, that's really...
Who's Jill from Watertown?
Who the hell do I know?
Yeah, she related to Harry
Jill,
Hanneman?
do you have a shot put in your closet or no? Jill, that's very kind of you. Okay, so also means we've got 20 minutes to tackle some of the big Thanksgiving questions of our time. Like for instance, what's acceptable Thanksgiving dinner table attire? Is it elastic waistbands? Are they acceptable, or do you have to dress up? Or why are 20-year-olds going on this walk? Remember the caller talked about this, the cousin walk before?
Yeah.
Every year. And there's also Marjorie's questions. She's upset about this. Why do all liquor stores have to be
You shouldn't
closed?
have to work on Saturday, but buy today.
You work for 3 hours, and it's also closed on Christmas. Ridiculous. So 877-301-8970. Any Thanksgiving-related issue. And we're also here as sort of a public media resource to listeners out there for all your last-minute Thanksgiving-related questions. Marjorie said we should sort of be called the Mr. and Mrs. Butterball of the day.
That's right.
Any questions you have or any comments you want to make about Thanksgiving, 12 or 14, whatever number of hours it is before the fact, give us a buzz. 877-301-8970.
Actually, I just had this funny thing today about the last-minute shopping people do on Instacart. Even, I guess they're working on Thanksgiving Day at Instacart because you know what they're delivering? Thermometers, meat thermometers, last-minute mixers. You haven't thought to get a mixer before the actual day. Graters, peelers, and whisks.
And pies.
All these kitchen utensils. That's the day before.
Oh, it is?
The day before Thanksgiving, pies. Pumpkin pie, pecan pie, dried sage. Jim, you can't have Thanksgiving without the dried sage. Oven cooking bags, and cloth napkins. Those are big.
Now, I would like you to know that I looked up in anticipation of this important segment whether or not eating too much on Thanksgiving can be dangerous.
Yep.
And the response I got, this is AI, admittedly, said it's not always fatal. So the point is, sometimes it is fatal. Some people eat themselves to death on Thanksgiving.
I don't know. They can drink too much on Thanksgiving. That's the other question. We talked about this before. I wasn't supposed to bring it up earlier today, but the question of whether you could binge drink on Thanksgiving if you are not drinking the rest of the time. Well, there's always a danger. They don't tell you it's good idea to binge drink, but to have and what is binge drinking is having like 3 or 4 drinks. But that's probably
How many drinks
better.
do you have on Thanksgiving?
You paint me as this big
No,
drinker,
I'm just
which
asking.
I am not.
How many? Like 5, 6? How many do you have?
No.
I'm just asking.
Usually I have one cocktail, Jim. That's
I
it.
don't believe that.
Yeah, it's an Irish slur.
Maybe it is. You're Irish. You Irish or not?
I am Irish.
By the way, Marjorie's
not everybody
mention,
who's Irish is an alcoholic.
Look at this. This is a headline in
we
the
do have
Washington,
quite a few in my family.
Washington Post yesterday.
Not everybody.
Big meals can trigger heart attacks, just like stress or heavy exercise. You know my response to that headline is? Take me. That's my response.
Well, you know what?
What?
This is going to be a very interesting year because so many millions of people are on the drugs, the weight loss drugs,
Yeah.
And supposedly
That is a really good
what the weight
point.
loss drugs is diminish your appetites for everything. Binge shopping, binge eating, binge drinking, all these binging stuff.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see the people that are on the weight loss drugs, they just have a regular plate and call it a day. Maybe they have 1 piece of pumpkin pie, maybe half a piece of pumpkin pie. It's going to be different this year.
You said pumpkin, didn't you? I love that.
Pumpkin.
You sort of said pumpkin.
Did I say
She
pumpkin?
say pumpkin? Zoe says pumpkin.
Okay, I
I like
said
that.
pumpkin.
It's very folksy.
I have speech problems,
No, I didn't
as
mean
everybody
that as a
knows.
speech problem. A lot of people say
I had to go to
colloquially.
speech class for 6 humiliating
You
months.
did. We were at NECN.
Yep.
You know what the weird part about them sending
I was
me to
worse
speech
than you
class
can imagine.
is nobody was watching the show anyway. So we had the 2 of us and an occasional friend were watching us when we were on NECN.
Under the radar. That was what Alex Beam said about
You
us.
did.
Okay, Hannah
That was
from
not
Somerville.
a compliment. Hi, Hannah.
Thank you for calling. Oh, she's calling about the cousin walks.
Oh, great. Well, let's hear
What's
about
the deal?
it. What's up, Hannah?
Hi. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys weren't sure what cousin walks were.
No,
but
share
I
it with
wanted
us.
to give you...
Share it with us.
Okay. At least for my family, cousin walks would be when you walk away from the table, usually like once you a little bit through the meal before dessert, and then you can kind of go off with your cousins. Maybe somebody's bringing
Oh. Hey, Hannah. Hannah, don't go. We're going to put you on hold because it's a bad connection, but I want to hear
Yeah,
that.
we want to hear the rest of
So
this.
stay there. We'll take one call and we'll come right back to you. So please don't hang up. Katie in Scituate, hi.
Hi, guys. It's your favorite aggressive
Oh,
Peter.
hey.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hi, Katie, and same to you, of course.
Thank you.
I hope you eat a lot of pate tomorrow, and I hope Marjorie gets some very good Cabernet in her.
I do too.
Thank you very much.
That's a beautiful spirit. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, I'm actually picking out my outfit for tonight and tomorrow, and thought I would call in and say I'm going a little dressy this year, just for fun.
Oh, yeah? What are you going to wear?
Well, I am going to wear good dark jeans, but a nice blouse. I don't know.
Yeah, but Katie, I admire that, and I think that'll probably be very attractive. I'm generally not a pro-elastic waistband person, but how horrible is it on Thanksgiving when you're stuffing yourself,
Yeah.
which I hope you're doing, and all of a sudden you feel that pressure, right around your belt line. That's really horrible, isn't
Well,
it?
you know, do you know, Katie?
Wait, what happened to my question to Katie?
Well, okay, answer the question.
Well, actually,
go ahead.
Sharing is caring. I am a preschool teacher, but I actually just started a GLP-1 3 weeks ago. So it'll be very interesting to see what Zepbound does to your Thanksgiving plate desire.
We would love to hear from you afterwards, Katie.
I think it from what I've read, Katie, it changes everything. I mean, you don't have the appetite.
It's kind of amazing. I've had no side effects, but it doesn't make you feel full. It just literally makes you not hungry. I can't describe it. Like, it's not a full feeling, but it is quite impressive. So
Katie,
we'll
we wish you luck. Congratulations. And I'm sure you look beautiful. And call us again soon. Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, whoa.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Thank you. You're really kind. See you soon.
Now, apparently, Carrie Underwood has made a video about stretchy pants on Thanksgiving.
What did she say?
Well, I don't know. I've not seen the video, but that's the way it's supposed to go. Maybe you guys can check out the stretchy pants video, see what Carrie Underwood has to say about stretchy pants. That is the words of the wise saying wear elastic waist pants on
Who is the
Thanksgiving.
writer you quote all the time who said wearing elastic waistbands is a sign of giving up? Who is
Diane
that?
White.
Diane White.
She was a
from the
great
Globe.
columnist years ago for the Boston Globe. She was a riot.
You never eat enough that you feel really full, I assume, right? It's not your thing.
I think it's not. I think about the GPL drug thing.
No,
I think that
GLP too.
Whatever they are,
Yeah,
that if you don't have a I've had enough button, it provides you the I've had enough button. So that's why it works with online shopping or gambling or drinking or eating. And I think people that don't eat that much have one of those on I've had enough buttons.
Well, you know what I do I unbutton the button, and it's a variation on the exact same theme.
All right.
Okay, I'm embarrassed, but I'm trying to be honest. Let's try Hannah in Somerville again. Hannah, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, much better. How about the Cousins
Oh,
Walk?
good.
Tell us about it, please. Go.
Okay, I'm hoping that my family isn't listening, but my parents have definitely caught us coming back from a cousin's walk before. But essentially, once you get, I think like before dessert is when we like to do it, when you're starting to get pretty full.
Yeah.
You kind of give your cousins the look, like a nod, and you go off. Somebody has something in their coat pocket. I guess it's not illegal anymore, but when I was a teenager, it was. And you go for a walk around the block, and you come back, and you feel really ready for dessert.
That
and
is
it's a beautiful
lovely.
way to bond. And it's a beautiful
So
tradition.
Hannah, how when you were younger and you were still living in your parents' house and they maybe not have approved of your marijuana use, how nervous were you to be stoned out of your mind?
I don't know. I was a pretty out there kid, so I didn't get too nervous. But
I love
now
Hannah's
everything
laugh.
is flipped because the adults are the ones. Well, my parents and like their friends are the ones who are bringing edibles and things.
That is
That's great. That's great. That's great. Well, you know what they've got now? They've got all these fancy, dancy marijuana-infused
everything.
Things you can drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, a friend of mine brought me some a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what the other substance in it, but it supposedly gets you high.
Hannah, that was great. I'm glad you stuck around. We have a couple of texts we should read. Chip from Groton writes, my friends at the local watering hole say, the holidays are when you leave the people you love to spend more time with your family. So
That's right.
There you go. And here's an anonymous texter. In my family, the cousin walk includes my mother, exhausted from cooking and fed up with my dad's Trumpiness.
Oh,
so there
God.
you are.
Okay, now another texter says, elastic waists are passé. The new trend is quarter zip trousers. That's a good one.
You ever had tight pants in your whole life?
Yes.
Other than being pregnant?
No, jeans are often tight, especially when you get them out of the wash.
But
Did you
not
ever notice
from
that?
eating.
No,
Yeah, of course they shrink a little
Well, you
bit.
have to be. You don't want the mom jeans. You kind of want jeans that are more
Have you
form-fitting.
ever heard of anybody, I hadn't thought of this till now, but I'm trying to be as creative as I can. Would there be anything wrong with a pantless Thanksgiving? Now think about that for a second.
just show up in your BVDs.
You do.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about
Maybe
it.
boxer shorts.
Or you could
just to
put
be
like a
little
big
more
towel
reserved.
around you, one of those Velcro towels.
Let's go. Mary Ellen, you're in Haverhill. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, and happy Thanksgiving. Let's start there.
Hi.
I just wanted
too.
you to know
Yeah.
I'm sitting here picking apart the bread for my stuffing, and I'm thinking to myself while I'm listening, I've got 4 grown daughters.
Yeah.
Nobody will take over Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's terrible.
We moved from an 11-room house to a 6-room condo, and I'm still doing Thanksgiving.
So you're not happy, it appears, Mary Ellen.
Well, I love the fact they all want to be together,
That is nice.
but I'd love to give it up. And I'll come cook the turkey at their house.
I think you need a cousin walk, Mary Ellen,
I think
for the
you
whole
need
dinner.
an intervention.
Mary Ellen,
I think
thank
you need an
for the call.
intervention. You've
Happy
had enough. You've done
Thanksgiving.
it enough years. It's absolutely not fair. So to keep doing it, you need if you're going to have like 20 people, you got to have a big house, right?
Yeah, you do.
Lisa-
You're going to a 20-something people.
I go
thing.
to my ex-husband's.
I know, that's
Isn't that
incredible.
Nice? I know, it is nice. He's got a big house.
And you're making.
I don't
again-
have the big house
I understand.
anymore.
Okay, let's not get into that. Now, for those who missed the first segment of the show, this is a big deal.
Yep.
Marjorie is other than she's bringing Bully Boy pre-made Negronis.
Negroni mix, yes.
Okay, it's not mixed, it's pre-mixed.
It's pre-mixed.
a drink.
It's very,
made.
very good.
Okay.
It's rare that they're good like that.
And why don't you mention what food you're bringing so I can get a good laugh?
I bring
Go
the
ahead.
cucumber sandwiches.
Okay,
for
what are
hors
the
d'oeuvres.
poll results on the cucumber sandwiches?
72% of people say they like
No,
them.
that was 2 hours ago.
Oh,
It was not.
we have a new poll.
What is it?
So far, 31 votes are in, and only 74% of people want to see Jim in a quarter zip. The poll will remain open until the end of the show. I've never seen you in a quarter. You do the.
I wore a quarter zip yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I
thought
did.
you're always in your cardigan like Mr. Rogers. Today, Jim, if you're not watching on YouTube,
I can't tell you. I was
it's
there-
like
don't do
looks like a
this.
big lavender. He's got this
Balloon.
whole lavender thing.
Well, let me tell you what the problem was. I was in a
lavender
huge
shirt,
rush.
lavender pants.
No, by the way, I know how
you got the
ridiculous.
lavender hokas on
I
too.
know how ridiculous it looks. I didn't intend to wear these together.
Okay.
But I was in a rush. This
Yeah.
is actually something I was doing for you.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't get a chance to pick the right pants.
So
So
people always comment on your
I'm
ensembles
mortified.
here
I'm a
at
little
the Boston
embarrassed,
Public
but
Library.
it is Thanksgiving.
Lisa from Acton, thank you for
Hello,
calling.
Lisa from Acton.
Hey, it's Linksa.
Oh,
Linksa,
sorry.
I'm so
First
sorry.
time, long time.
It's Marjorie's fault. Thank you.
No worries.
Welcome. It's okay. What?
So I'm going with casual, but cute. So I'm going to do Japanese linen pleated pants with some really cute like slippers that kind of look like Nikes. I'm going to go with a nice knitted crop top.
Love that.
Very nice.
And a casual fur on the head.
Casual
fur on the head?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Oh, just a cute like little mink muff that you put on your head.
Oh, Lolly Das, you're
You're
quite
really
the
doing it.
fashionista. Is it?
Linksa.
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 Is that right?
Well, here's the thing. My situation is whenever I go out, I want to make sure, just in case I meet my benefactor, house burns down, they have to interview me for the news. I look good.
That's a really excellent. Hey, Linksa, send us a picture to bpr@wgbh.org so we can talk about it next
Oh, my
week.
God, I'd love to.
We'd love that. bpr@wgbh.org. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Thanks for the call.
Okay, this one is a little off color.
What's okay?
We were just talking about the cousins walk around. The cousins go out and get
Yeah.
high before dessert. Well, there's also the bad uncle walk, mainly groping.
That's not funny. It's really. Why do you find that funny?
Because lots of people have these people in their family, and it's always a dilemma what you do about them and how much confrontation there should be and how people should handle it. There's lots of people with that situation, Jim.
Can I say one other thing on a serious note?
Yep.
For those, I thank you for not excoriating us, for not mentioning that there are a lot of things about Thanksgiving, their history are not exactly true. If you want to read a wonderful analysis of that part of it, we're not going to get into it on the air. The Myth of Thanksgiving, it's by Rebecca Nagel, who writes about Native American stuff. Just Google her. She's got a Substack, and she's really quite impressive. 877-301-8097. Oh, we have some audio of Carrie Wood's hit. That's a song, Stretch Your Pants?
Guess so.
Here it is, Carrie Underwood and Stretch Your Pants. It's my kind of woman.
Okay.
Can anybody buy that? I mean, it's a good
I don't
song,
know.
but I mean, really, I got my
But she's not
Stretch
going to
Your
mess
Pants on.
around with the button-up breeches. Can't get my skinny jeans on. She's just going to go for the stretch pants, spandex, and lycra, and hopes it works for her. And it is very stretchy, Jim. Mark from Rhode Island says Levi's makes stretched jeans. Did you know that?
Well, there are jeans that are not as obvious as sweatpants, but they have, let's put it this way, give in the waist and the behind. So if you are of a rather large variety, you want to pretend you're of the smaller variety, you can wear one of those stretchy kinds of things.
We're getting some really off-color texts, but I won't read them.
Yeah, you've done it already. I don't think we
Eden
need
in West Roxbury,
Hey,
thank you for
how are
calling.
you? Hey there. Hi, Eden.
Hi there.
Hi.
I tried to call yesterday when Marjorie mentioned the pre-mixed Negroni.
Oh, yes.
And you know why it tastes so good, Marjorie?
A lot of booze.
The premix?
Yeah.
Because it's 3 commonly available spirits mixed together in equal parts. It's the easiest thing in the world to make. You could just throw it in a pitcher, take it to Thanksgiving, and you have your own delicious pre-mixed Negroni. You don't have to spend twice as much for it.
Well,
that's probably true, but some people are traumatized by the thought of having to make a cocktail like that, Eden. You know what I mean? But what are your 3 ingredients? You got the gin.
You don't even have. It's gin, red vermouth. Sorry, I'm yelling. I can hear it.
That's okay.
Echo.
No, our fault. Go ahead. And what's
red vermouth, gin, and Campari.
Campari. Okay.
And it's like really just throw it in a jar or something, shake it up. People serve them on ice. I think that's the wrong way to serve them. But shake it with ice if you need to.
What do you do? Drink it straight?
Not even what?
Do you drink it just straight?
I drink it shaken with ice, or shaken in a shaker and then poured in a martini glass.
Okay, I like that.
By the way, when we went to that play into the dress rehearsal and snuck in the liquor, and you and I were
That was
drinking,
the Negroni mix.
That was the Negroni. That was really delicious.
Yeah, I brought it in my thermos.
That was really good.
Stuck it right in
there. And
there.
we drank it out of a cosmetic cream a bottle.
No,
yes.
we drank it out of my Ultima electrolytes thing.
Right, so we pretended we were not drinking, and then we had the director on the show, and she said she was perfectly fine.
Yeah, well, we
with
didn't want to, we didn't want to break the rules.
Eden, thank you for the call.
But thank you for that. But Eden sounds confident in her ability to do that, and for some people, they're not confident in that kind of domestic task.
Well, it's easy. I mean, easiness, convenience is a thing.
Convenience
By the
is a
way,
thing.
I can't believe we haven't played Julia Child. Here's Julia Child in season 9 of The French Chef, obviously, talking about the bird she chose for her Thanksgiving feast. Here she is.
And this is a great big bird with a nice breast. And when I bought it, I looked very carefully on the label, and it said young turkey. Turkeys, of course, have gone through quite an evolution since the time of whenever it was. I guess the Jesuits and the Spanish.
By the way, the noise was she's slapping the turkey as
Wasn't she the best? She was also the best.
Beyond being the best, one of the great videos of all time is a video which we've mentioned before. I don't know if Sarah Palin was running for vice president at the time.
She was running.
She's on a turkey farm.
Yeah, she's on a
either
turkey
on
farm.
Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving
Being
Eve.
interviewed by Katie Couric,
I can't remember. She's smiling into the camera, and as she's smiling into the camera, this is a little gross too, but it is what it is. They are feeding turkeys head first
into a wood chipper.
Turkey killing machine.
It's
right
horrible.
behind her, like 5 feet behind her.
She's talking and they're going making the noise of a tree getting ground up. By the way, can we play one more clip? Because I love this. This is from the 1973 Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special, where Charlie's sister Sally lets him know how she really feels about the holiday. Here it is.
Why should I give thanks on Thanksgiving? What have I got to be thankful for? All it does is make more work for us at school. Do you know what we have to do now? We have to write an essay on Stanley Miles. You mean Miles Standish? I haven't even finished eating all my Halloween candy.
By the way, the poll numbers are dropping. It's down to 60%. I believe it was 72% a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's down to 60% of people who want to see Jim. That'd be me, by the way, in a quarter zip. Now, here's interesting. Connie, she texted yesterday, too. I can't remember. She texted something. Connie S. and Natick. Yet again, people are mentioning legendarily, for almost 40 years, we've been serving Mama Stamberg's. That means the brilliant Susan Stamberg's mother, I guess, recipe. Susan died, I think, earlier this year. I know earlier this year. the shocking pink cranberry relish, which people are raving about. And by the way, they should rave about her. One of the original voices of NPR, and she was just
she was great.
Brilliant.
And apparently, people are really attached to that mix. People love it. They talked about it in many texts yesterday. Rebecca in the car.
That mix is not. We don't mean a mix. You mean that recipe?
Not a mix. It's a recipe. That's right. You have to make it.
Rebecca, how are you?
in the car. Thank you for calling.
Hi, guys. Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just wanted to weigh in on my Thanksgiving.
Please.
Years ago, we used to have it with extended family. I would have to drag my kids.
Mm-hmm.
They never wanted to go.
Yeah.
And about 5 years ago, we got a timeshare up in White Mountains, and now just my immediate family goes, and it's amazing. It's the best holiday ever. We don't dress up for dinner. We go in the pool and jacuzzi. We play games and drink, and it's excellent.
Boy, you sound like
Highly
one
recommend it.
happy person. Enjoy
But Rebecca,
it, Rebecca.
do you do all the cooking anyway? Do you do the turkey and the fixins and all that? You do?
My daughter helps a tiny bit. My husband and I like to cook together. And it's just the best. I highly recommend it. Do it with your immediate family. Get away. Go to the White Mountains. Run. We're on our way up now, and
that's
I can't
beautiful.
wait to get there.
Thank you. Now, Edgar B. Herrick III.
Yes, Jim.
Of the Culture Show, which is starting at the library in 4.5 minutes. I would assume you've taken more than one cousin walk on Thanksgiving. Is that a safe assumption?
Absolutely. Do you know how many cousins I have?
Really, or how many you make up to take a cousin walk?
No. True cousins. So my mother was one of 15 kids. So my mom has 14 siblings.
Oh my God.
Many of them had many kids. So just on that side, on my mom's side of the family, I have dozens and dozens and dozens of first cousins, and that's just first
What
cousins.
are you doing tomorrow? Do you want to share with us?
Just hanging with family.
Oh.
Hanging with family is the way to do it. I've got to travel to do it, and so that I'm stressing about travel.
Where are you going?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's bad.
That's great, Marjorie.
Yeah. Are you going to the Mass Pike?
You can't get out of Boston without going on the
Yeah,
Mass Pike,
that's
really.
the
I guess
problem.
you can escape south, but that's just as bad.
A couple of years, it took me 6 hours to get to Stamford, Connecticut.
Really?
It was like a nightmare.
That's really a moving story. Thanks for
I
sharing.
just wanted to warn them in advance.
That's great.
And then you have another 6 hours to get from Stamford, Connecticut to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's really
travel.
supportive. Thank you. What are you doing on the show thing?
On the show, we've got a preview of the AAPI holiday market, which comes next week. So that's
neat.
Vendors.
I was there
food
last year. It's
pop-up, and it's going to be
fabulous.
great. So
It's
we've
fabulous.
got that. We've got a preview of a dance complex tradition this time of year, Funny Uncle Cabaret, which is going to be really fun.
Careful the uncles.
And then we're also going to take a stroll through some of the public art in Providence, Rhode Island, with Julia Swanson.
Whoa!
Yeah,
It's
should be
hell
a
of
fun show. Stick around.
Stick around. Thank you very much.
Edgar, good luck
good to
tomorrow.
see you. We'll be back.
We hope you make it back by next week.
Yeah.
It's very negative.
I hope I make it there by next week.
That's right. Make it there by next week. Even better.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for listening to another edition of Boston Public Library. Thanks, people that came down to the library. Keep up with us 24/7. The way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tomorrow, GBH is running special holiday-themed programming for Thanksgiving, followed by a best of BPR. That would be you and I, Jim, on Friday. We'll be back on the air
you
with...
and me.
No, that would be you and I.
That would be you and me.
No, I.
You and I.
B.
You're
is the
right.
verb.
You're right. You and I. You're right. Sorry.
I tell you, just
Okay.
call me Miss Grammarian.
No, you're good.
It's
You are
my-
really good.
It's one of
you
my
and I.
many skills,
So
Jim.
you and I.
No one cares anymore about
I
you.
care.
No
I
one
do,
cares.
though.
No
It's
one
fine.
cares.
Okay, you and
We'll
I.
be back on the airways Monday with NBC Sports Boston Attorney Casey, Food Authority Corby Kummer, Boston Medical Center's Dr. Catherine Gergen Barnett, and Michael Curry from the Mass League and Community Health Centers of the NAACP. Our crew: Zoe Matthews, Aidan Colley, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer John McClaw Parker, our executive producer Jamie Bologna. Special thanks to the BPL staff: Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Juan Jose Cadena, Olivia Corcio, and our thanks to the host of the Newsweek Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. The Culture Show with Edgar B. Herrick III is immediately after us on 89.7 GBH. Jim, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving tomorrow.
You too. You know who will be on the air on Monday?
Who?
You and I.
You and
Exactly. I'm Jim Browdy. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy
for being
Thanksgiving
with
to
us.
all our
Thank you
staff.
too.
Thank you very much.
Cornucopia.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town?
We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Bartlett Tree Experts, a scientific tree care company providing species-specific care for trees and shrubs for over 118 years. More at bartlett.com.
After a local farmer leaves a bowl of eggs on a Joe Hutto's front porch, his life is forever changed as he begins to raise a family of turkey chicks. Watch Nature, My Life as a Turkey, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. If there are aliens in outer space, they are listening to some incredibly enchanting music right now. Ambient music pioneer Brian Eno and his most recent collaborator, B.B. Wolf, have marked the arrival of their ambient album Liminal by beaming it into space using the Holmdel Horn antenna. It's a Cold War-era structure that once captured the faint radiation left behind by the birth of the universe. The broadcast took place recently at Crawford Hill in New Jersey with support from Nobel Prize-winning physicist Dr. Robert Wilson, who originally used the antenna back in 1964 to detect the cosmic microwave background and provide key evidence for the Big Bang theory. The beaming of the entire Liminal LP, which was released on October 10th into space, continues a fascination with sending music beyond human reach. Meanwhile, a little closer to home, our friends, the Hilton and Melissa Band, have released a wonderfully catchy holiday song called What's So Bad About Christmas. The song features Kay Hanley of Letters to Cleo fame on lead vocals, Hilton Mancini on guitar, and Melissa Gibbs on bass, and was produced at the local eggnog watering hole known as Rum Bar Records. You can see the video for the song, which is just as fun as the song itself, on YouTube. That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Wednesday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with Edgar B. Herwick III, EBH on GBH, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Coming up on The Culture Show, Boston's AAPI Holiday Market returns with dozens of local makers, cooks, and creatives offering gifts that support and celebrate the city's Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. We meet the organizers building connection and a bustling holiday marketplace, one vendor at a time. Then we're staying in the holiday season by way of Funny Uncle Cabaret. It's back at the Dance Complex, where Peter DiMuro builds a holiday tradition out of dance, drag, live music, and his unmistakable gay avuncularity. A variation on the Nutcracker, it folds in stories of chosen and unconventional families. Finally, it's time for another public service arts announcement with Julia Swanson of the Art Walk Project leading the way. This month, we're taking a spin through the public art in Providence, Rhode Island, which is featuring works from the likes of Shepard Fairey and a new generation of street artists. That's right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III, and this is The Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. This AAPI holiday market is back this season, celebrating the season with local makers and shining a light on the creativity and stories of the AAPI small business community. The holiday market is on December 3rd from 5 to 8 p.m. in Boston's Back Bay. It will bring together dozens of vendors, food pop-ups, books, in a day of festive shopping and connection. Joining me to talk all about it with a preview a few days before it all happens is QJ Shi, Senior Director of the Asian Business Empowerment Council at the Boston Foundation, and Irene Lee, a celebrated chef, restaurateur, and community leader. She's the co-founder of May May, a restaurant-turned-dumpling company in Boston, and the co-founder of Prep Shift. And she's a recipient of the James Beard Leadership Award, which is no small feat. She's participating. Yes. Round of applause.
You're too
Why
kind.
not? She'll be part of the AAPI Holiday Market. Welcome to the Culture Show to you both. We're very excited to have you, and you have brought a lot of goodies. So if you're down here at the library, you can see a beautiful display already put out here. And if you're streaming on our YouTube channel, you can get a look at it too. So get to the YouTube stream if you're near a computer right now. Let's talk about this holiday market. Give me the broad overview of what it is. This is the third year it's happening now. Is that right, QJ?
Yes, this is the third year. And just a little bit of background on the Asian Business Empowerment Council. We were established in 2022, and we're actually the only statewide hub and champion for Asian American and Pacific Islander businesses across the state. So we work with businesses on helping them grow through workshops, technical assistance, connecting them to other businesses for business opportunities. We do quite a bit of advocacy and research as well. And I think something that we always think about is, who are those small businesses that don't have any visibility, right? And especially during this time, when foot traffic might be a little bit lower, customer behavior is a little bit, uncertain. We really want the community to show up, right? It's going to be a really incredibly festive, warm, fun environment. You get to meet the vendors directly. We even have some authors who will be signing books there. It's just an event where we can show up and make a lot of impact with the dollars that we have.
All right. Now, you have participated in this as a vendor. You will be there this year, right?
I have, yeah. This will be May May's third time.
Yes,
We're so happy. We will be serving hot food. I think that's something, when I go to an event, I'm like, is there going to be dinner?
Food or not?
Do I have to figure out dinner separately?
Yeah.
So there is food for purchase, which is great. One of the things I really want to highlight, we started May May as a food truck in this city 13 years ago.
Yeah.
And there was not a lot of kind of opportunity for us to connect with other AAPI business owners or to even have people like QJ who are really championing us, convening us, giving us an opportunity to put our best foot forward. So one of the things I really love about this market, other than getting all my holiday shopping done and not having done it on, a big box store, is getting to just see everybody in the community. It's so heartwarming. It's family friendly too, which is great. And like I said, there's food to eat.
Yeah. So you got a bunch of stuff here that you've brought along, and maybe you could walk us through a little bit of what is in this spread on our table here.
Absolutely. Is it okay if I start?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
because you've got stuff down at your end, which we will talk about as well,
part of the
QJ.
same, yes.
These are all things that we love so much that we've bought them at past holiday markets.
Oh, really?
Some,
so
actually,
this
a couple
is all
are new releases. But
real items.
Here we have our Pagu section, Pagu restaurant in Cambridge. Tracy is a very dear friend and collaborator of mine. She has these incredible tiki mugs, pug-themed tiki mugs. She did these in collaboration with Jason Du from Wusong Road. So they are a super cute and kind of like festive thing if there's someone in your life who likes a cocktail or just a fancy glass of juice.
Yeah.
We also have her chili crisp. I've eaten a lot of chili crisps, and I think that's the best one.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. We're in
so
agreement.
There's agreement on this is the one.
Exactly.
Very versatile. You can put it on anything.
Yes. I also brought you a tote bag that was designed by M. Ding, who her handle is Kioi Art, and she's going to be selling adorable stickers, magnets, shirts, prints, a lot of kind of Cantonese-themed stuff. I also have a couple of teas from Broken Cup Tea House. I have a yuja peel and a white tea, which is super delicious. There are going to be actually multiple tea vendors this year, which is awesome. I am wearing my bok choy earrings. I don't know if you can see these under the headphones, but I get so many compliments on these.
Those are
amazing. You can buy bok choy earrings at the holiday market. Of course, May May will also be there selling dumplings and merch. And while QJ talks about her items, I'm going to make us a little tea.
I would love to have a little tea. That is fantastic.
Okay. Wow, you came really prepared. Okay, great. So a couple more items.
Yeah.
Another vendor that we've had, I think they've been with us since the very beginning. They're called Juju jujube artisan candle, and the scent I have is called Little Miss Lychee. So it's a lychee scented candle. My favorite one, which I couldn't find at my house, is did you all growing up drink Arizona? Like the canned teas that are like 99 cents.
I never loved them, but my siblings, my brother in particular, loved
that was my
Arizona
favorite,
tea.
and what I would spend all of my allowance money on.
Really?
So they have a scent that is the of the Arizona iced tea.
Wow, you got
that's
your brother
amazing.
covered for the
Yes.
holidays.
Now I know what I'm getting him for the holidays.
That one is great.
Perfect.
And then we also have Fork on a Road, and they make Indian street food meal kits. So this one is chickpea and millet flour, pakora, and crepe.
Okay.
So they'll have a variety of meal kits there. And then this last item is by one of my favorite child authors, Jossie Lee, and it's a book about mommy going to work. I have a 3-year-old son. He makes me read this on repeat quite a bit.
Yeah, we had to steal his copy to bring it to showcase.
Yes, this is his copy. He will have it back tonight.
We promise it will not be injured. It will not be hurt in this segment. We will get that back to you safe and sound.
And the last thing I want to mention is that anybody the first 50 people that come to the market will get a special edition Shop AAPI tote bag.
I love it.
This is the one from last year, so it's going to be a mystery color this year.
Oh,
but I will say it's
the
classic.
design be the same? Ish design?
It will be the same design, but it's going to be different
color. I love it. So that's the first 50 people who get there. And for those who are taking notes, it's December 3rd. It starts at 5 o'clock. So I imagine you got to kind of plan to get there right around 5 o'clock
That's
if you want
right.
to get your hands on that free tote
Yes,
bag.
those are going to go pretty fast.
Okay. Should we drink some tea?
Let's do it.
Is it ready?
Taste it and see what you think. So this is the Yuja peel. It's a citrus peel tea. And what I love about Broken Cup Tea House is that she puts a steeping guide on the back of every package. And there's Gongfu style and Western style. So they're all different ways that you can actually
Describe the
steep
difference
it.
between those two styles.
So Gongfu style is when you kind of steep the tea over and over again to see how the flavor develops. So that's why you would use a small cup.
Got it.
So that each time you steep it, the flavor changes a little bit. You can also make yourself a big Western style cup of tea. It's just a little bit of a different experience. So I love having those two options, and she does a great job kind of putting the tutorial on the bag.
That's awesome.
I didn't know that.
All right, so I think this tastes pretty darn good.
It
to me.
smells amazing.
It does smell amazing.
Yeah, that's citrus peel. Really fun. And of course, you can meet Yin, the owner of Broken Cup Tea House, at this event, and she can tell you all about what you're getting and how to use it, which is one of the best parts of going to this market.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about, I'd love to get a little just of the story of both of your background, because you mentioned the fact that, you talked briefly about the fact that when you were starting May, maybe there weren't those kind of support networks that are out there now. I know, food in particular is part of your story. It's also part of your family story, right? Your parents emigrated here. They didn't have a network. They didn't have housing. And they opened a restaurant to sort of try to get a toehold. So tell me a little bit about your background, QJ.
Sure. So my parents actually immigrated in the early 90s, and they weren't expecting to stay. That's a whole other story. But they basically arrived with no language skills. They had no friends. They had no housing, so bare minimum. And my parents worked so many different odd jobs, sweeping the floors, mopping, because they just didn't speak the language. And at one point, they were so burned out that my mom said, well, I'm done working for other people. I want to work for myself.
Yeah.
And that's how she started a restaurant. So she started this small place in Chicopee, and really not knowing how to run a business. I think she knows how to cook, that no doubt. She wanted to introduce authentic food to the people of Chicopee and beyond, but I think the funny thing was that nobody wanted the authentic food. They
weren't ready for it.
They weren't ready. They wanted chicken fingers. They wanted, duck sauce. And, she couldn't really figure out or had anybody really to back her up or help her figure out how things worked. So they were only able to keep the restaurant open for 1 year. And I think that is what inspires me in the work that I do, working with AAPI businesses, is that, we are creating a community and a network. We are trying to have a voice at the table, and we can only do that as a collective. So that's why ABEC exists.
That's great.
And I'll just mention for folks who don't know, ABEC is part of the Asian Community Fund, and both are housed within or as part of the Boston Foundation. And Asian Community Fund was founded in 2020 because there was so much need for community building and safe spaces for AAPI community members. So I think that, when I think about what things were like 10 or 15 years ago compared to now, the fact that we have an organization like ABEC really is incredible. This was not taking place when we started our business. My day job now actually is providing technical assistance and consulting services. So Prep Shift is our consulting firm. I learned a lot of things the hard way running my business, and I think we all have a general sense that the restaurant industry is brutal. But it also is what makes our neighborhoods and our communities so vibrant. It's where all the best things in our lives happen. And so I just love being able to work with ABEC to support more members of our community who have these dreams of having their own businesses, of sharing their culture. And I think one thing that is really special about this moment and about the holiday market is that it really shows that there are so many ways that you can be Asian, which maybe sounds silly today.
No. Say more. Say more.
I think that, there's so many ways that you can have an Asian or Asian American identity. Not everyone who is Chinese, like I am, for example, experiences that the same way. The more we have representation in pop culture, in the media, more authors, more chefs, I think that reminds the general public that there are so many ways that we relate to our identities. And I think 10 years ago there was a little bit less of that. Like Mei Mei hasn't gotten a Yelp review that says we're serving fake Chinese food in years.
What's going on?
We've come
What
a
is
really
happening?
long way.
What is happening?
I do think that it's special to just see so many different kinds of AAPI entrepreneurs in one space. It really reminds you that there's not just one way to be an AAPI person.
QJ, you are nodding very vociferously if you cannot vociferously.
I mean, I think one of the things that people assume about the community sometimes, and the stereotype is that we're all the same. I mean, when I was a kid, I was mistaken with the only other Asian person in my school. So I'm sure that's a story that a lot of us can resonate with. But I think the key thing is that our community is so diverse, economically, socially, and we have different histories of immigration. And, the second generation of folks have maybe a different idea of what entrepreneurship is than the older generation. So it is it's a celebration of where we've come, where we've been, and come to the market and you'll see with your own eyes. It's going to be an experience.
So on that front, I think of, people have busy lives. This holiday season, there's any number of kind of markets that are happening in and around the city. Make the case for if I've only got limited time, if I'm looking at my calendar, I'm like, okay, we've got to go to one of these holiday markets this year. I want to get some shopping done. I want to kind of do my thing. Why should I do this one?
Can I?
Yes, you are ready to go.
I'm ready to go. It is only once a year.
Yep.
You will not find this combination of goods, foods, drinks, handcrafted things. You just won't be able to find it at any other market.
And the free tote bag if you get there early enough, which I think is a pretty...
We also have a photo booth. So you can come and take silly pictures or take serious ones. And also our authors will be there too. So
I think that's really cool.
You have an opportunity to get a signed copy of the books that you'll buy.
How about you? Make your case, Irene.
Well, I certainly...
You'll be there.
I will be there. My team will be there. I think that just being able to be in touch with the makers, you can ask all of the questions that you can't ask if you shop at a big box store.
Yeah.
How was this made? How should I explain this to my aunt who I bought it for? You can't get that in a lot of other situations. I mean, I would encourage people to visit as many independent holiday markets as they can. But I do think this one really is special. We also are going to have vendors from all over geographically. So we're pulling from kind of a wider swath than I think a lot of other markets. It's indoors, which is great. Not all holiday markets are indoors.
I like that.
And
it's free.
It's free and very accessible by our public transit. So I think those are a couple points in our favor.
I like it. Okay, so Irene, We think of you, we think of dumplings, all right? And so there was a little discussion going on with our staff ahead of time. The question of, can we take our Thanksgiving leftovers? A lot of people are about to do a big meal. They're going to have a lot of leftovers. Can Thanksgiving leftovers be made into dumplings, and would that be a dumpling?
I mean, I think it should be the law that you make your leftovers into dumplings. There's so much good stuff. And then, your gravy is like your dipping sauce, maybe a little cranberry on the side. My dear friend hosts a Thanksgiving leftover egg roll day on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So we really believe anything can be a dumpling, and especially if you're like starting to get a little tired of those leftovers.
Yeah, like
folding it into dough and frying it helps a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
All right. So that's a hearty yes, we can do that.
For sure.
I love it. All right, the AAPI Holiday Market is December 3rd from 5 to 8 in Boston's Back Bay, 10 St. James Avenue. To learn more, check out Eventbrite. We will also have details on our website. QJ Shi is Senior Director of the Asian Business Empowerment Council at the Boston Foundation. Irene Lee is a celebrated chef, restaurateur, and community leader. She's the co-founder of May May, a restaurant-turned-dumpling company based in Boston, and she's the co-founder of Prep Shift, recent James Beard Leadership Award winner as well. QJ, Irene, thank you so much for sharing some time with us here today.
Thanks, Edgar.
Thank you, and
so
see you all at the market.
Yes.
All right, coming up on the Culture Show, Sugar Plums meets Sequins. Peter DiMuro of the Dance Complex joins us with his funny Uncle Cabaret, a glittery, big-hearted spin on a seasonal staple, the Nutcracker. He's next on the Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's art and culture programming.
Listen to be immersed.
Some Salvadorian rum, some horchata.
Listen to be transported.
After a 3-hour flight, you land in Guantanamo.
Flight attendants prepare for arrival.
Listen to get perspective.
And if that's what mattered, what didn't matter? What was just noise?
Listen to All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on GBH 89.7. Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, presenting the luminous watercolors of Winslow Homer, together for the first time in a generation, of light and air. Winslow Homer in watercolor is on view now. More at mfa.org. And Boston Ballet, presenting the Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages, with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage starting November 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org.
Sponsoring GBH 89.7 can benefit your business and helps keep the local news that matters to you on the air. To learn more about multi-platform packages, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
Here, local isn't a buzzword, it's our beat. We're on the ground, in your neighborhood, covering the issues that impact you. GBH News 89.7, gbhnews.org, and streaming on the GBH app.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. This is the Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming live on the GBH News YouTube channel. The Nutcracker has become one of our most reimagined holiday traditions. It's been transformed into hip-hop battles, dance extravaganzas, contemporary retellings. And at the Dance Complex in Cambridge, choreographer Peter DiMuro has created one of the most personal interpretations of all. His long-running Funny Uncle Cabaret, which he created for his company Public Displays of Motion, traces its roots back to the moment Peter himself played the eccentric uncle in a production of The Nutcracker. That role became the spark for a show that celebrates chosen families, LGBTQ+ stories, and the humor and humanity that surfaces this time of year. This year's edition is a big-spirited holiday gathering, blending dance, drag, and storytelling in a lively sing-along. You can catch it December 13th and 14th at the Dance Complex in Central Square. Peter DiMuro is with me now to talk about it all. Peter, welcome to the Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much.
So I want to start, we'll get into the show in a minute, but I want to just talk about the Dance Complex a little bit at the top if we could. You are the executive artistic director there.
That's right.
Dance Complex is an incredible building in Central Square with a long history. And I think it's one of these things where I think there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have walked right past it in Central Square, never really taken notice or thought, what's going on inside of that building? And yet there's an entire universe happening every day inside of that building. So tell us a little bit about the Dance Complex.
Sure. Well, you're exactly right. We have a street-level studio that we just put in, and
we're gonna, if you're down here at the library, we're gonna pull up a photo here. This is the Dance Complex in Central Square, so you can kind of have a look at it here. If you're streaming on our YouTube channel, you can check it out. But I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
I just wanted
great.
to bring that photo up. So
Sure.
go ahead, explain
Where it says 534, that was a sex toy shop when I got here 12 years ago.
Oh, really?
We owned the whole building, and we had two tenants. One had been a long-running, wonderful establishment, and we decided at that point to invest in putting a studio on street level. And that's when we found out exactly what you just said. It's like, people said, I never knew. They'd come running up the stairs, there's a dance studio here? And I said, well, there's 7 of them now that we have hanging out for your enjoyment. And so that was very pivotal. That was around 2015, 2016 that happened. But there is a United Nations of Dance up in these studios. We have dancers from all over the world, people who come to them through their own ancestry, and sometimes there's fusion of different worlds coming together that you rehearse or you teach class or take class in one studio, and you're hearing the music of some other country. It's an amazing place, and I don't say that because I am involved with it. There are very few places in the world like this place.
Yeah. Full disclosure. I mean, I've spent plenty of hours at the Dance Complex dancing myself. Yes. I do a little bit of Lindy Hop, and we've rented studio space there a lot. And that same thing that you're talking about. I mean, I think about on any given Saturday morning, maybe we've rented some studio space, and you walk in there, and the different sounds, the different types of music, all of the different people just mingling about in that space it's jaw-dropping.
Yeah, you got the castanets, and then you have the drums and every kind of African diasporic based class. It's pretty amazing, and we too have a podcast about it now too, because we were accumulating all this history, and so I got a little money from the mass humanities to bring up these stories of people, 34 years worth of stories, and actually beyond that, when it was Joy of Movement before we were there, and so lots of history. But it's the moment, it's the moment you're dancing that people care about. It's their church, it's their time when they don't have to listen to anybody else in their world except the teacher and then the sound of the music. For some, it's their professional calling to be with us. So it's an amazing amalgamation of things.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Funny Uncle Cabaret.
Sure.
So take me back to the beginning. We talked a little at the opening that there's an origin story for it, and that story is many, many years ago now.
It is, and I know my age. You can't believe this at all, but I was in my late 20s when I was here in Boston for the first time. I left for 20 years and came back. But Bruce Marks was head of the Boston Ballet at the time, and I jokingly said to him in the hallway, because my modern dance company was rehearsing there, I said, "What role do you have for me this year, Mr. Marks?" And he stopped and he said, "Well, you could play Drosselmeyer, couldn't you?" He was very dramatic. And I said, "Well, of course I can." I didn't really know what Drosselmeyer was.
Yeah, but you're just like, I can absolutely, of course I can.
You don't say no to Bruce Marks or anybody who's going to give you a job. So I said yes, and I found my way into rehearsal, and I played 30, maybe it was like 50 performances over 30 days. Probably playing to more people than I had in 10 years of dancing prior to that.
Yeah.
But within that role, for those of you all know the role, the uncle, leaves Clara, and he leaves after the first act, and I'm free to leave the theater. But every night I have these pangs of departure, postpartum, Act 1 postpartum, and so I started writing about this experience, and simultaneously, a few years later, my sister was trying to adopt a young baby from Mexico, and it was full of drama and legal crap and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that took a 14-year process. So
14 years.
14 years until Sky, her name, became of legal consent age to say I want to be with these two people who have been raising me since I was 4 days old, basically. So.
Wow.
So those two stories came together to create a series of monologues and then dances. And then over the years, I said, this is great. I get to tell my stories. But I started to shrink my stories down and then add guests into it. And now around our 25th year or so, we have drag queens. We have a kids choir from Samuel Mason School in Roxbury, led by Robert McFletcher-Jones, and a wonderful flamenco artist, Yoshi Karihashi, who rehearses at the dance complex all the time. So
yeah, like take us into the. I mean, don't give it all away because
Sure.
obviously I think we want folks to come and check it out. But take us into what I might expect if I'm going to come to this year in its
Sure.
current iteration. What does it look like now? What is Act 1, Act 2? How does it work?
Sure. It feels very cabaret-like, and that's this other part of my life now. As I've gotten older, and my legs don't kick as high as they used to.
Those knees start to swell.
Right.
Those ankles start to
It's painful
swell.
just sitting in a chair right now. I'm only kidding. I started to sing with the Wednesday night Broadway Hump Day and Thursday night Lush Life at the Club Cafe, and so I started meeting all these cabaret singers who were kind of more in their 50s to 80s, and then so this year I decided, well, let's bring some younger people into this and hear their stories. And so this year, Robert McFletcher-Jones is a wonderful singer, and he also works in the Boston Public Schools. He's putting together a choir that will sing some songs, but then also tell a little bit of stories about their families. And the goal has always been to say that, as a funny uncle, I was an alternative father to my niece. But people have, even in the families they're born to, they have stories that are like, you're really trying my wits here, and I don't know that I want you as my family. Yeah. But people come back around to it, or we make family choices all the time about our friends circle, and especially in the gay community. That's we did, especially in the olden days of all that. So so you'll see these kids. Yoshi Karahashi is a Japanese-born flamenco dancer. She was a television reporter in Japan.
Oh, wild!
And then she interviewed somebody from Spain, a flamenco couple, I think it was. And she was so taken by them, she quit her job and went off.
No kidding.
Yeah, went off to Spain and studied for years. And she met her now husband, and they live here in Boston and Cambridge. And she's been involved with the dance complex for many years and has been known to do. I'm not saying she's going to do it, but she's been known to do. Perform to Michael Jackson, flamenco to Michael Jackson singing.
Nice.
So you may or may not see that this time through, and then we have some video on file too from previous years. And Misery, who's a big drag queen in town, tells a little bit of her story. And then there's Brian Patton, who's our musical director, and he will play for all of us by ear most of the time. And there are some slots for lucky audience members to come up and sing a song in the show if I feel the song they've picked.
Oh, really?
Fits the theme of where we're going, then they can sing. And this year I've said to people to prepare, what's a song that you think of as a holiday song for you, but it's not a typical holiday song? And
I like that prompt.
Yeah, it's been really kind of fun to kind of see what people come up with that.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's a real kind of like mix of things. It's an extravaganza.
Yeah,
as
of course,
you would.
All these years later, you got to keep it interesting. Yeah.
That theme though, that theme of sort of the chosen family. I mean, you talk about its importance in the LGBTQ plus community, and as you said, certainly in the old days. I'd love you to talk a little bit more about why that has been historically and is so important, why it's something that it sounds like is really this sort of heart and soul of this in a way, is celebrating that.
Yeah. It's fascinating now. You think we're out of those dark times when people were expelled from their families for being gay or trans or gender or whatever. And we know that's not true. It's cycling back with the examples that we have of some of our politicians. Back then, it was a big deal to grow up in a town of 350 people. My father was chief of police, even though he grew up in East Boston, was a street thug in East Boston, kind of I think exiled here. And when I came of age, it was just this kind of thing. Like, I loved, of course, my family, but you're a foreigner in this house for all those years, and I can't imagine being even more isolated as a trans teen or whoever. And so fast forward all those years, I just felt I found my home in the theater department. Of course, that's very kitschy to say.
Been a safe haven
yeah,
for
right. And then
many years.
And then dance. The reason I ran into dance was that my voice, my acting teachers would say to me, "Well, you just don't sound quite right." And the code there was that I sounded too gay when I was auditioning or speaking lines. And so the dance world really took me in, and I could be. It's like a spectrum of, like it is today, which is great that we think of it as opposed to binary, straight versus gay, the spectrum of being, and that included the equality of one's movement, from masculine movement to feminine. I'm quoting for those of you on the radio, that kind of thing. So I feel like we have advanced some, and then we get this little hiccup now in 2016 to now, and we're kind of coming back. So we want to find a place where, and the example. And why it's so important that young people are involved with this, that they can see that this has happened before, and we staked our claim to the families of our choice, and now we're doing it again, and you're part of it.
That's amazing. I want to bring up some photos of the production that I think we have here. So if you're at the library, check out the screen. Look at that handsome devil up there on the screen.
Well, kumbaya to that.
We're also, again, streaming on YouTube, so check out our YouTube channel. If you're near your computer, you can check out these photos. Let's see a couple more of these. There he is again. Right. There he is again. So is this you inhabiting the funny uncle character?
Yes. Well, this is an offshoot. This is a solo I made that you'll see a variation of this on next weekend. This was during COVID when things were so awry, and this section is called 5 Possible Sunrises to the Horrible Sunset We've Just Experienced, something like that.
Yeah. Let's see one more. There it is. Yeah. Majestic.
Yeah, the wonderful Jennifer Magnuson took these photos.
So you will sing and you will dance.
Oh yeah.
And we will get to take that in.
Yes.
All right.
All the
So I saw there's you with your with your company Public Displays of Motion. I don't know if it was last year or this year. There's going to be this Our Queer Family Storybook project as part of it. Can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
Well, I'll back up a little bit. That Public Displays of Motion is about 12 artists that we've worked together for a while now. I've been back in Boston in about 10 years this time around, and they're all wonderful artists in their own right, choreographers and teachers and whatnot. But they come from very different backgrounds, and they're also ages 20-something to 70-something. And it's the imprint of that is with my previous work with a woman named Liz Lerman, who started pioneering intergenerational dance and as a critique response process and things like that. Very articulate, smart MacArthur Genius Award winner. And so I've modeled the company as intergenerational and intersectional, and what we dance about is often things that people don't think as a subject matter for dance.
Such as?
Dancing sites specifically on the Greenway, for instance, or dancing in every room at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Residency there in 2018. And which is it's so exciting to be with a group of artists who say yes to possibility, and all our names go on, choreographed by everybody who was there, and I get to take a direction credit on that. But it's the way of the world to work. I think it's more about flattening the hierarchies and finding the information in everybody's bodies and brains, and then it makes a better work in the long run.
That's amazing. So this Our Queer Family Storybook that's a new project from this group that you're going to preview or something like that.
Well, we did preview it during the depths of COVID because we were we couldn't come together to rehearse so much. So I received a couple of grants to put together a series of small cabarets, out of which I've met some of the people who've now come to join us. On
amazing!
These. Yeah. So those were we did those in Somerville, Cambridge, Boston proper. And I met wonderful people like Renalise Herrera during that, who's a percussionist who plays her bicycle, like Buddy Rich. She's just amazing. Several comics came through, and so now I feel like I have this stable of people to bring to Funny Uncle and others. So next year it might get bigger again.
Very good, very good. All right, Peter DiMuro is the Executive Artistic Director at the Dance Complex. His long-running alt holiday show, Funny Uncle Cabaret, is back. You can catch it December 13th and December 14th. That is at the Dance Complex in Central Square. To learn more, go to dancecomplex.org. Peter, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great having this conversation.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. An honor. Thank you.
All right, coming up, we are heading to Providence, Rhode Island, with Julia Swanson leading the way for a radio tour through their dynamic public art scene. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
From a European conflict zone,
driving north from Kyiv, the signs of war start to be more visible.
To hard times in Southeast Asia.
I meet a man who has been waiting in line for diesel for 6 days.
To the astonishing beauty of remote places.
My welcome to the waters off of East Greenland has come from 2 whales.
Let us take you there. Listen to the world.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Historic Beverly, The American Revolution, A Story of the War in 28 Paintings exhibit features works highlighted in Ken Burns' new documentary. Ticket information at historicbeverly.net. And Jose Mateo Ballet Theater, presenting The Nutcracker, bringing Clara's dream world to life with festive sets, sumptuous costumes, and spectacular dancing. At the Strand Theater, December 6th through 21st. Ticket info at ballettheater.org. And Xfinity, delivering smart Wi-Fi, mobile, home security, and entertainment to help power a connected life. Learn more at xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that.
From your neighborhood to your newsfeed, GBH News is your trusted source for the news that matters to you. Find us wherever you are at GBH News and always at GBH 89.7. GBH News, what matters to you.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. This is The Culture Show, live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on YouTube. And by the way, if you are near your computer and not streaming on YouTube, I urge you to do it because now is the time, because we're going to have some beautiful images that are going to be a big part of this next segment. It is time for our monthly public service arts announcement with an alert about public art hiding in plain sight. Today we are heading to none other than Providence, Rhode Island, where the art is created by the community for the community. Joining us as our guide is Culture Show contributor Julia Swanson. She's a multidisciplinary artist and award-winning photographer who is the creator of the Art Walk Project, a series of self-guided micro tours of art across Greater Boston. Julia, welcome back. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, we're excited. So, Providence, Rhode Island, not too far from here, depending on how the traffic is on 93. It can be 45 minutes, 50 minutes, or it could be 2 hours. But it is attainable and achievable to get there. Tell me about can you give me an overall sort of sense of what is the public art scene like in Providence?
So the public art that I saw while I was in Providence is expansive, experiential, it's innovative. It combines not just compelling visual stories, but it also combines technology to create multi-layered experiences. And it really provides a unique series of pieces that you can browse through and slowly sort of traverse and discover as you explore the streets, particularly in that downtown area where I focus.
Yeah, I wonder, obviously, it's another New England city, but it's, in some ways, I think has similarities with a place like Boston, but also has some very distinct pieces about it, in its character and its location and its history. How is it different, maybe, for lack of a better way of saying, from the public art, say, here in Boston? Folks here may be a little bit more familiar with the stuff that they see out and about in the Boston area on the streets. Is it similar? Is it quite different? Is a very different character reflected?
I mean, I would say there are obvious differences in that there are different groups of artists that work out of Providence and out of Boston, but we also share talent. The art itself is very diverse. It explores very different themes. It explores culture. It explores immigration. It explores perspectives from people outside the city that they brought in to paint beautiful murals that reflect different things that they're looking to explore. I think it really explores a community that is very committed to the arts, and that it sees the arts and murals and public art as not just beautification, but sees it as something that is a true investment. It is a partner in growth, and it is a partner in building, bringing people in to visit the city. It's certainly wonderful.
All right, let's take a little tour. So if you're down here at the library, check that gaze on the screen there, and if you're streaming on our YouTube channel, you can see right here. So this is a work by a name that I think a lot of people know, and that is Shepard Fairey. So tell us about this, Julia.
So this is an incredible piece that was put up in 2010. It's designed by Shepard Fairey, and it depicts some notable buildings from the area. So there's a mill, there's the Biltmore on the right, and then there is this Industrial Trust building in the center. And it talks to us about the industrial history of Providence, all of the things that have made Providence the center of the state that it is today, all of the things that have brought it into the future and helped it build and its economy grow, and that have made it the wonderful place it is. It is a really remarkable mural. It was, it's Shepard Fairey. So we have one Shepard Fairey mural here that's large and still in the area down on next to the aquarium. And, he went to school at RISD, so there's a real connection there. There's a lot of pride in this mural. I just love the look of it. It is such a strong, powerful mural. The colors are bold and simple, but they're dynamic. The design itself is just so detailed, and so it's like thrilling to be there and see it. It feels like it's a very active mural.
And I think, a lot of people think of Shepard Fairey. I think the first thing that comes to everybody's mind is the Obama Hope poster, and a certain kind of political bent to a lot of his work. I mean, I guess all work can be seen as political, business is political, but not a particularly political piece there.
No, this one really does celebrate the history of the community, and I think that was the intent of it. And we do see some of his, there's a nod to his early work with Andre the Giant's face in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, yeah, I see it. There it is.
It really is about celebrating the community and celebrating everything they built and celebrating their industriousness and their ingenuity and their grit. So
I like it. All right, let's bring up our next stop on our little tour of Providence, Rhode Island. This is a piece called Saltwater.
Yes.
All right, so tell me, first of all, can you locate this generally for us? Like, where in the city? How far is this from the one we just saw?
So this is probably maybe 3-4 blocks from the one we were at.
Okay.
A lot of the art is that we're talking about today is fairly centrally located in the downtown area.
Yeah.
So if you walk from where the last one was towards the river, you will hit about 5 or 6 other murals.
Oh, great. So this really could be a walking tour that you can take on for the most part.
Absolutely. And in fact, I just finished an art walk for Providence, so people can go and check
incredible.
that out. And, it's all kind of laid out.
All right. Tell us more about Saltwater.
So this is by an artist, Georgie Nakima. It was put up in 2021, and this is a beautiful, wild story through this we see in this art, and it kind of unfolds almost in that it looks like something that might be woven. It has these beautiful, bold colors, these sharp geometrics, these patterns throughout, and then you have this beautiful background and 2 portraits of these 2 figures that are looking out into the distance towards the future. It's a wonderful flowing visual that when you see it really, it's so vibrant and it's so electric that you really can stand and be taken in by it and be influenced by it as you sort of, spend a few minutes there absorbing what it's saying to you. I was there when I first saw it. I was there for a gallery night in Providence, which they do every month in the warmer months. And we saw it, and they had projected onto it digital lights and images that changed it and gave it this beautiful sort of black light look.
Screen. Yeah. Oh, wow.
And
that's incredible.
Yeah, and it is absolutely incredible. The image itself felt like it was rolling across, something was rolling across it, and you were seeing this sort of live action, almost animation happen. And it was really just through these lights and these projections that were being shown.
I saw somebody described this piece as celestial, and I think that's like kind of the right word. It does have this sort of like kind of heavenly vibe in some way.
And like for people like my age, like I see stuff like this, and I always think of like, oh, this really reminds me of like old rave flyers
Totally.
and posters, and
Yeah.
you expect to see the lights coming out over the top of it,
And
just,
the beat to drop.
Yeah. And so, but it is this wonderful, it's not just a vibe. It's like a wonderful moment you have where it's like almost spiritual, and you can just sort of feel this coming at you.
How do these murals get up in Providence? There's an organization, the Avenue Concept, I believe, which does a lot of advocacy and like really kind of does a lot of the making of this happen. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
So there's the Avenue Concept, which is responsible for a large portion of the work that I'm talking about today and is on the Art Walk. But they do a lot of work with placing large pieces of art, not just murals, but also sculptures and other things like that throughout Providence. And they really source art that creates engagement, creates moments that can bring people together, that can create community, that can provoke. And they bring artists from not just Providence, but also outside the area. So they're really looking to source unique pieces of art that say something or bring something to the community and add to this dialogue that they've created across the visual landscape.
When we think about these murals, like like the one we just looked at, Saltwater, my understanding is there had been another mural which was quite loved in that same place, but the weather, the elements, they take a toll on these kinds of things. When one of these gets put up, is it designed to be ephemeral? Is the thought like this maybe will be here forever? I think about that idea of a mural going up, and is it just a moment in time? Do you have to catch it now?
So especially with public art, I think some of it is just like, because it's public art, it may be up for a while and then just be down one day.
Yeah.
And then by design, and I can't speak for the people who program at the Avenue Concept, but I think by design, it's sometimes people try and just keep things moving. Like we'll have it up for 3 years and then we'll take it down and put something new up because it keeps that fresh. It keeps people excited and interested in that space, and they want to come back and see what's new. And then other times things are designed literally to just be like hit or miss. Like if you go to the wall in Central Square in Cambridge, you can go on like a Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning you're just it's not there anymore.
Totally.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so it's like it just kind of, it's the nature of the beast, and some things we do a lot better with, we want to keep it around, or we just try and keep it around, and then other things we're happy to just, you either are there to appreciate the moment or you're not.
All right, let's continue our tour with a piece called She Never Came.
So this is directly opposite the one we just saw.
Oh, is it
so
really?
So if you turn around...
So you have this like explosion of color on one spot, and then you turn around, and for those who are just listening on the radio, what we see here is kind of like a muted photorealistic style painting of what looks like to be a man laying across a table at a restaurant.
So this is by Betzt, who is a Polish artist. It was put up in 2015. And this is just such a wonderful, quiet painting. And I say painting more than mural because to me this really does feel like a painting.
Why?
It feels like a Norman Rockwell painting. And then we have these dashes of the ring hovering over his hand and this little mouse speaking into his ear, which bring in these surreal elements. And you get this really beautiful almost slice of life if it didn't have those surreal elements.
Yeah.
And what I think it does is it really opens us up to thinking about the moments that we've lost. We see photographs of important memories and moments in our lives and others. We see all of these, things that are captured that are, nostalgic. But what about after that? What happens if she didn't come? What is he feeling and doing? And what is so remarkable to me about this painting is that you feel that when you're there. Like the softness of the colors and then against the brightness of the tablecloth. His gaze off into the distance, like we don't know what he's looking at. We assume he's looking at his hand, but maybe he's just thinking about what didn't happen and why.
And then he has a rat on his shoulder? What do we make of this? It's maybe like a Basquiat
I
nod?
looked that up, and it's a nod to Basquiat.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And I love that. And, even if you don't know who Basquiat is, it sort of brings humor into this very sort of contemplative, almost solemn moment. It's just kind of a wonderful little flourish.
Yeah, it's very, the piece itself, I find it to be very affecting, and it is very unlike most murals because of that contemplative nature. I feel like, by their very nature, a lot of times it feels like a mural is like showing me something or telling me something or celebrating something, and this is just like
this is something that draws you in like a painting, like a painting in a gallery.
It really pulls you in because of that subtlety, and that's its strength, I think.
All right, let's continue our tour with a piece that is very. I really like the name of this piece. This is the Cabinet of Curiosities. The Curiosity Desk is one of the things that I do at GBH, so I'm partial to the term curiosities. But this piece, before we even get into talking about how it looks, this has an incredible backstory and how this kind of came to be and what ended up on the building in this case.
Yeah, so this was really a community endeavor as well as it is a public art piece, where they spoke to community members in meetings and they asked them, to bring things that meant something to them. And so they brought these items and they recorded the stories of what made these items, and they could have been everyday, or they could have been, things that they had just kept that were of meaning to them. What made them meaningful? What made them special? Why did they bring them? And so they told them these stories, and the woman who designed this is the artist Shirley Leung, and designed this beautiful installation that takes up the entire wall of a building, the exterior wall. And what it does is it places these objects into deep perspective windows that you can then go and sort of browse, almost as if you were browsing somebody's cabinet or objects that they might hold.
What are some of the items that are featured? I mean, what we're looking at here, it looks like corn.
Yep, there's corn, there's like rubber duckies, there's like a jar of coins that I don't think I pictured here. Different types of tools and instruments, like all sorts of things. And then what you do is once you go and see that, the QR code that's there on a big plaque that explains the project, and you can go and you scan the QR code and hear these people tell their stories about why these pieces are so meaningful to them.
Yeah, so they captured audio when they were doing this whole gathering process, and then
it's
that's
really
part of it.
an outstanding experience. And it's what I mean when I say they do a lot of this kind of technological and experiential work with their public art, where they're really trying and exploring these different ideas of how to engage people. And it's so meaningful and so special to hear people talk about the things that they prize.
Yeah.
It really forces you to think about the things you keep and why you keep them. And you don't need to go clear everything out, but why do I have that cup somebody gave me like 10 years ago?
Yeah.
It brings you back to that person in that moment in time.
All right. Well, we do not have much time left, but let's have one more stop here on our tour of Providence, Rhode Island, and the beautiful public art there available to anyone at any time. And this is Empire Rising. Another very colorful piece.
So this is absolutely stunning when you see it, and it's, I think I did an okay job with the picture, but it's so much better in person. And this is by Lauren Y.S., who's based out of LA. And this has a real psychedelic feel to it, where you kind of stand and you're taken in by this curtain being drawn back. So it's a stage setting that celebrates stage workers, actors, the trans community, and all of the performers that have been, that performed historically in Providence. And so there are direct references within this. There are beautiful details as well. The jewelry, the fans, the hair pieces.
And this lantern, which looks like is two windows.
The lantern that is painted around the
fantastic.
Windows. And she pulls really from her heritage about her Asian heritage and infuses that into this mural as well. So she's talking about multiple different communities that have traditionally been underrepresented. And so it's a really, it's unbelievable when you see it.
Fantastic stuff. Julia Swanson is a Culture Show contributor who joins us every month. She's a multidisciplinary artist and award-winning photographer and the creator of the Art Walk Project. You can download her public art maps by going to the Art Walk Project. Julia, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Thanks to Henry Santoro for our Wednesday Culture Cast, engineer Bill Piacitelli, Culture Show intern Avery Morin, the BPL technical and logistics crew, Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Chris Hanks, Pat Lally, and Olivia Corshio. Also thanks to the Newsfeed Cafe and all of you who came out to hang out with us at the Boston Public Library. Culture Show crew is Max Chow Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Today's engineer is Bill Piacitelli. If you miss us on the radio, you can keep up with us 24/7 by way of the Culture Show podcast. Just go to Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I hope everybody has an amazing Thanksgiving. Travel safe if you're traveling. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Joseph Bologna's second violin concerto. That's Takako Nishizaki and the Cologne Chamber Orchestra led by Helmut Muller-Bruhl.
Support for WCRB comes from you and Old Sturbridge Village, presenting Christmas by Candlelight, November 28th through December 30th from 2 to 8 in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. Featuring lantern-lit trails, live 19th century music, mulled cider,